In the night, so cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold, hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold, dated bands rapping stories untold. Riding with rockets through the AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings spinning on their cloud. Riding with rockets through the AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts, midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. Welcome to the show. How are y'all doing today? We are back. Another exciting adventure. What's Trump gonna say today? Is that the NT support again? Yeah. The AI chatbot. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, I forgot to take my medicines. I'll be right back. Always forget the good stuff. Hold on. The good drugs, you know what I'm talking about? The kind that lower your cholesterol and blood pressure. Oh my god. The good stuff. Hold on 1 second. Oh, stream guys, don't forget to hit the like button. I shorted here at DD Band just a second ago. Hold on 1 second. Organize the screen a little bit. I'm always so anal about it being lined up. Not short there. I didn't make any trades overnight, by the way. And you guys remember I didn't stream yesterday afternoon because I had to run a lot of errands for this party this weekend. All right, I shorted with 5 in one and 3 in another, and that's it. Just 2 of my Fund and X accounts. Just for the quick scalp to the open. Quickie little profit there, lock that in. Just taking a scalp for funsies. All right, let me load you guys up. Sorry about that. Y'all remember right when I left the stream, I was short like 4 contracts. So while I was up about 60K at the end of the day, short 4 contracts, and then Trump did that tweet and it popped up. So I think I lost like maybe $8,000 something dollars on that. So remember that account, I took a full round trip and finally made it positive by the end of the day. I think I was up like 3K, and that was down like 8K off of that. So I netted like a 5K or something loss, whatever ended up being. I don't remember the math, but yeah, like some freaking broke joker on Twitter was like, did Matt lose money yesterday? I'm like, Matt made $55,000 yesterday. People know how to add, subtract. People kind of weird. A lot of broke jokers on the socials. We got so big, we attracted all of them. They're like, wait, who's this guy? And why is he 1,000 times bigger than me? All the props want to work with them. The big growing community, 100,000 subs. What the heck? Can't tell the difference between red and green profit. Anyways, hopefully not statins. I know we've had this conversation before. A little bit. I hate the idea of taking a statin. I know. Like, I outright refused. So my doctor, I was like, I don't want. Cholesterol is the building block of life. Trying to regulate your cholesterol, I feel like is going to mess my brain up. I'm like weird like that. Maybe that's, you know what I'm saying? But like my cholesterol is like off the charts. So is my blood pressure. Like life threatening. Remember I was hospitalized 3 times for high blood pressure. 240 over like 130, dude. Got that high. I was in the ER a bunch. My doc's a drug dealer. Yeah, it feels like it. But they're like, let's get your cholesterol under control. Yeah, dude. No, I was bad. Like, it was like really bad. And I don't know, it's genetics, maybe stress, maybe genetics, but like not really stress because I don't feel like I have a stress-free life. But the doctor's like, no, it doesn't matter if you're happy. You're like a very happy person. Your life doesn't feel stressed. like your body is stressed. It's like, you know, he's like, you're a high performing individual, right? I'm like, yeah, I am. He's like, you're always on. You never take a break. You're always working. I'm like, yeah, well, your body, as you get older, starts to call that stress. And so while you in your youth could go, you know, binge sessions, stay up all night, do homework, and that was fine. As you get older, your brain and body starts going, that's harder to do. And your body gets stressed out a little bit. Wait, this is all shifted over there. Get over here. Get on over a little bit. Why does it feel like there's less room over here? Oh, there we go. A little easier for y'all to see right there. That's better. Okay. I'm easy going in life. He's like, basically, because I sit here and I just do math all day and I don't sleep. I work out a lot now, but like I don't sleep. I stay up and just do work, and I love doing it. I'm excited about doing it. Then when I go play video games, I'm like so competitive and I love it. And I love every minute of it. He's like, even though you love it, it's still stressing you out. That's probably what it is. It's the highest you ever heard. Yeah, and it was so crazy because they put me under like in like all kind of like observation, you know, like for it. It was like, they're like, you're probably gonna be fine, but we're gonna keep you here and watch you and make sure everything's cool. Got some cash going overnight? No, just now, literally just now. I took I took a trade overnight, decided to bail on it. That's where the 200 bucks comes from. I was like, let me go ahead and make a trade. I got in somewhere over here and I was like, yeah, you know what? Right after I did the overnights, I was like, let me just jump in on the long because it's probably gonna ride. And I got like, I opened a trade and pretty much closed it. Well, as it was going, I was like, yeah, you know what? Let me just deal with this tomorrow and see what happens. It's probably gonna go up or whatever. And I closed out. But these two were just shorting a little bit ago off of DD band just because I wanted that quick little response from here to here, and I just closed it out. Listen to Scott, hold on. Carnivore diet regulates that for many people. This is what I've heard from some friends of mine. Speaking of which, I'm having a steak night tonight. I'm gonna be grilling 2 big fat tomahawks, baby. So I'm gonna start that diet tonight. I don't believe, yeah, like I said, the brain loves cholesterol, and like the doctors like take a statin. I'm almost refusing to do it. Every once in a while, I'll take maybe half of one, just to take it. All right, whatever. I notice I'm shorting more often. Are all 3 conditions met to short? It isn't. All 3 conditions don't have to be met to short. Only the 3 conditions locked up for me to be bearish. When I'm bearish, I'm looking for short setups. When I'm bullish, I'm looking for bull setups. But it doesn't mean I can't short scalp in a bull territory and long scalp in a bear territory. Like if the greater market is bullish, then I'm expecting the market to go up more than half the day, 70% of the time. Greater market's bearish, and I expect it to be one day down, one day up, one day down, one day up. But the trading is based on just a single confluence on that particular one. Example, if greater market is bearish and we hit DD band, I'm willing to short to ride it lower. The greater market is bullish, with the exception of DD ratio, the only one being less than half. Only that confluence is bearish. I'm still willing to short off of the band, but just for a small scalp, because the direction could still be up. So that's kind of the difference between that. If you guys are following what I said, I can clarify if you were confused. Greater market allows me to understand the greater direction of the market for basically how far I'm going to let that trade stretch. But yeah, cholesterol is the building blocks of life. You don't want to fuck with that. So I told my doctor, I'm like, no, high cholesterol is, I'm a high performing individual. Maybe it's because I have high cholesterol. My mom and my grandma both had. My mom's like, I've had high cholesterol all my life. I ain't had a stroke. I'm good. I'm like, okay. But she's like, you should probably take your meds so you don't die. I'm like, I'd rather die high performing than live in my old age with a mush brain from statins. You know what I mean? But whatever. Live fast, die young, baby. Everybody tap that like button really quick. It's ready to go. Market's opening in 20 minutes. You're here watching the journey to a milli. Let's see if I can get it going today. Nice little run up. Apparently, we're sitting here and the market was just here, and then Trump's like, I'm going to make a deal to figure something out. As we know, the whole April 10th thing from last year, whatever, market does this. And it wasn't Greenland that was pushing the market down. it was just, or maybe it was, I mean, you know, people were selling off a month prior. Maybe they knew, just like before the tariffs came out last year, the market was selling off a month into it. Then surprise, there's tariffs, you know. So maybe it's just as Wall Street insiders were the ones selling off, and that's why it was selling off since December. They were waiting for this to be the dip to get in on. Let's not discount it, but at least the appetite from December to now was nobody is buying these stocks that need the market, that the market needs to go up. The Nvidias of the world have been stagnant and sort of like unresponsive. If this was the catalyst the market needs to shake it out of that weird territory, get some people buying, then maybe it is. Nvidia had a quickie little pop there, and kind of a start there. This could be the start of the rally. My thought was people were waiting to let earnings actually take over, and this Greenland thing was just kind of a farce, right? We just sold out and chunked back in. Are we still on this flat trajectory until earnings? Possibly so. So maybe today up, maybe one more day up after this. That's it. What is this red line right here? Is that a, oh, that's a half gap fill. Okay, 69.48 is half gap. 77 is old gap fill in S&P. Okay, let's mark that. That's right up our DD man as well. So it's very likely that 77 is tapped today. We're gonna mark that as like higher gap fill. But yeah, I still got to take my BP medicine, so it's off the charts. But then I like to say, like, maybe that's why I'm so smart. I get extra blood and extra cholesterol. My brain is up there like churning at double time. They were like, everything else about you's healthy. You have no issues, no problems, nothing. My blood pressure is so high when it gets out off the charts. I can feel it. Like I have that body awareness. Let me tell you what 240 systolic diastolic which one is 240 140. You know, I tell you that what that feels like in your head. It's like a buzz. Bzz. Like everything you look at is like, it feels like you ever like play video games where something is like electrocuting, a zzz, 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 you touch it and it's like zzz. You feel like an electrocuting buzz. It's almost like being high, but it's not like a high you can describe. It's a weird feeling. But and it's spacey, like everything doesn't seem real. Everything kind of has like a fuzziness to it. That's literally the feeling of your brain frying is what I would say. That's how I can describe it. So yeah, don't let your BP go unchecked, I guess. That feels like kind of like LSD in a way. But without the fun part of LSD, without things being more colorful and brighter and stuff. Not that I would know say no to drugs, kids. Although I can't say that a lot of Rocket Scooter was inspired under a well-placed microdose. This is, you know, I do like to draw inspiration from certain areas of my brain that I don't normally tap into. But that's very Steve Jobs of me, I guess. But no, it's like a weird buzzy feeling, and it's the hardest thing to think about. Like, I remember, like, but anyways, yeah, you could tell something's wrong. Blue pill, the blue chews also help. Is that what I mean by trading micros? LOL. Did I check my cardiologist for heart function? Yeah, heart's working good. Everything else was good, man. Everything else was perfect. They're like, just this one thing. And I'm like, well, maybe because I'm always turned on and I'm always like going and I never stop. I never break. I never rest. I never vacation. I'm just like work, but I love it, man. I love every minute of it. It's fulfilling. It's awesome. But it's basically probably just like, you know, your body's exhausted, bro. Just like, you know, take a vacation. I'll work myself to death. Do it. So we got the party, by the way, those of you that are going to show up to the Rock Scooter party, y'all are in town. We're moving it to Friday because the big freeze on Saturday might prevent everyone from celebrating. So all party festivities have been moved to Friday. It's been raining yesterday and it's raining today and raining tomorrow. And it's going to be 20 degrees on Saturday. Perfect condition for icy roads. And what we know happens when it gets that cold in Houston is, as it happened before when we had a winter freeze, what happens is that people, you know, freak out and they just run their heater all day long and it overwhelms the power grid, and power went out for 2 weeks, the last big freeze we had. And like 15 people died from the cold, from that. Like, that's how bad it was. So, and there are a lot of people who got fired and got in trouble in the city for, like, you know, the power grid issues. They're not doing their job right. So we're praying this year that, you know, the power grid can withstand. I tell you, people, if it's like a snow flurry in Houston, like a tiny little snow flurry, they freaking close everything down. The banks close down, the schools close down. I mean, everybody stays home. It's like, oh my God, it's snowing. You know, once every 5 years, you get the snow day. I remember one time I pulled up at a snow flurry when I was in college. I pull up to an intersection and little speckles of snow, they hit your windshield and immediately melt. That's how little snow it was. But I'm like, wow. And there's like 2 cops next to me in a cop car. And I look over and they're like, wow. We're looking at each other. We're like, snow. And the cops are like, snow. And we're all freaking out. Like, you know, I mean, this is kind of like how lame it is in Houston. We get snow like so little. These cops became like 10 years old, like that. You know, we're all just like, let's make a snowball, you know, in the cars and get out of my car and throw a snowball at the cop car just for fun, you know. But seriously, but it was like, that's how crazy we get around here. Well, it's little snow as we get. So people like all just, it's slight bit of ice. They don't want to go anywhere. They stay home and just crank their heaters up, the power grid. You can go to Home Depot right now and it's a mad flurry to buy. I mean, all the generators are gone, you know. It's like hurricane prep. Yeah. As a New Englander, that's hilarious. Maybe you guys do the same thing when you see the sun, you know, you're like, sunshine, warmth. Yeah. Most days, and, you know, Christmas this year was like in the 80s, 90s, a hot Christmas. It's weird how winter has shifted. I think that's a testament to, you know, the flat earth theory or something. Just kidding. Now, winter used to be cold in like November, December. Now it doesn't get cold until January, February. So our Christmases are hot. We never really get a white Christmas. Every once in a while we get one. I should see Greenland. I'm pretty sure we'll see Greenland, a lot more of Greenland. We have a vacation hotspot. It's the 51st state. But seriously though, when Tokyo gets 1 centimeter of snow, the whole city grinds to a halt. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is. Getting 12 to 14 inches Saturday in Connecticut. That's crazy, right? Like, we're probably not gonna get any snow. We're just gonna get the rain that's on the ground gets frozen. That's probably all that's gonna happen. But it's the same day that we're throwing this huge, like, party that's like 4 places back to back to back to back, and everybody's just moving all night from place to place. And everyone's like, what are we gonna do? So Friday, it's just gonna be rainy. So we're moving all the festivities to Friday. So those of you that are sneaking out, you know, for the night to come party with us, just, you know, you'll holler at me Discord. I'll let y'all know. Put y'all on the guest lists. Starting at 9 o'clock. Big massive dinner, then giant club, then giant other club, then giant after party. Sort of thing going all night long. Same as yesterday, Nasdaq hits DD band first and S&P's lagging a little bit behind. This right here, I say upper gap fill. This is a longer term gap fill from that big gap down we had about the whole, you know, long term gap fill. I think that is a pink line, just a little manual line there, S&P. So like yesterday with DD band, Nasdaq overshot it. I shorted and tucked back in, and S&P tapped its band, and that was the one to go. I'm gonna use S&P as the guide today. Nasdaq has been an overshoot Nancy lately. Let's double check where VIX is. It should be in a pretty solid decay state. Excuse me. And Nasdaq already filled its gap. What else we got up here? The impact lines or something? Nope. Nothing there. All right. Did I take profit from that pullback yesterday? Which part of the day? Let me explain to you the journey yesterday. I was about down maybe 60K across all the accounts, and then I was up 60K by the end of the day. And then right about like here, I think right on the stream, like somewhere in here, I shorted like 4 contracts, and then I was like, I gotta go, I gotta head out for the day. And then like this happened, I pulled the plug, and this down maybe like I said, probably think like $8,000 or something. So while the account was up, I think, I can't even remember on the stream, you guys remember, I think I was up 3 to 5K by the end of all of this on this account. One of these was up 17, one of them was up 10. Each of these are up 5 or 6 because I shorted in all of it. This one was up, I think 3 to 5. We were celebrating on the stream once I got a green. Everyone was like, yeah, you finally got a green. But at the end of the day, it was like slightly red. So whatever the balance was, now it's at 245. Yesterday was a masterclass in position management. Yesterday was brutal. But it was good. Yeah. Is Phidias legit? You see on the banner, I've never talked about it. Yeah, so they're like one of our new. Phidias is good. Like we just kind of struck up a friendship with these guys, and they seem really awesome. They donated a bunch of accounts to give away. We can do a giveaway with them today. Actually, they have decent rules. No, anyone that's ever used them never had anything bad to say about it. I vetted these guys pretty good. I talked to the owner a couple times in the past. We just never struck up any kind of arrangement just because we had other similar accounts with similar partners, and it just seemed like, you know, when you have something similar, it doesn't make sense to market both of them. But there's good placement now as we're kind of like, you know, winding down with like some of our other partners. As you see, it's changed. So we've rotated. We've removed somebody and put somebody else in. We filled in that new slot. I was telling you guys about filling in the new slot, and we're now working with Phidias and Lucid. As you see on the banner. Oh, it doesn't say Lucid yet. Lucid's newer. Well, as I know, if you have an inactivity rule with no notification system like other firms, you should put that through customer support. I'm pretty sure it's not like they don't want to have one. It's just like, you know, each of these firms have to make this kind of stuff. Maybe they hadn't thought of it yet. It was a full taco yesterday. Dude, who would have thought it would happen yesterday? And the moment I wasn't streaming, man, I wasn't even doing anything. I was gone. I was at the mall. I was doing all kind of errands. And I had to go pick up a lot of tailored clothes. I was getting a bunch of clothes tailored. I had to go pick them up. So I have an outfit to wear this weekend for the party. I got some new jeans. Anywho, like this thing popped up while I'm freaking driving, like maybe like an hour. Like if I would have been here, I would have loved to see this happen. I would have loved to jump in on the long. It's like 2 times I've missed the Trump tweet. You guys, y'all remember? All right, let's test the vets. You guys remember what I was doing back on the April 10th time? I missed that too, the big 10% pop up on the Trump tweet. You know what I was doing that day? Does anybody remember? Let's test the veterans from back in the day. I missed the old April tweet up. Anybody remember? So y'all can guess it right. I was getting a haircut. Edward remembers it. Yeah, the world's most expensive haircut. Literally, I was getting a haircut watching on my phone. Yeah, exactly. This day right here. Pew! I left the stream early to get a haircut in the afternoon. This happened right at noon, the same freaking time. Yeah, y'all are so funny. Y'all remember. Not backyard work. This was the haircut day. And I remember I was like, guys, I'm going to get a haircut. I'll see you later. And I'm sitting there in the chair getting my hair trimmed. I'm talking to my dude that does my hair. His name's Bo. He like knows a little bit about trading and stuff. And we're sitting there and he's like, we're just chatting about Trump and talking about everything. And I'm like, dude, the market's been all over the place and crazy because Trump is going. And I was like, let me show you what happened. I logged in and it's like the market's up 5, 6, 7%. And he's like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on? I'm sitting there and we're looking at the stage, just kind of bleed. I didn't make anything off of it. I missed the whole thing, but Bo and I were just like staring at this, like, whoa, he was looking at my phone, showing him what's going on. The world's most expensive haircut is a $100,000 haircut. Because I think I remember I was in a position, I closed it all out to leave. That was it. I should get the haircut guy, come to stream and cut and shave you on stream. That'd be kind of fun. But then the hair would get all over the carpet. What would I do about that? In fact, I want to do like, speaking of haircut, I get a haircut this week. Defense guys, I was getting manscaped. I was getting my balls waxed, you know? No, seriously. It went super fast after the tweet, like so fast you couldn't even like really react to. He just had to have luckily been in a position. All right, guys, get ready to go. Weird upper DD band at the open on NASDAQ. Just wait. When we open, the market's not irrational. Resilience is going to be a nice, strong read today. If we open up and resilience goes negative on such a big gap up, I'm shorting down to fill the gap if that happens. I hate chasing longs here. I think after today, DD ratio will probably be above half, and we're probably outside of the monthly maps bear zones, but just be careful. I don't think today's the day we reverse and sell off, but I think that today's the day the market returns back to that normal cadence that it has. It's been sort of, you know, off tilt again, where everything's kind of like not going up and down at once. Now everything's going to be going up and down at once. We're back to like a geopolitical move rather than a let's just pick what we like until earnings move. What is this 26,160 level? Why did I get that marked? Well, let me make sure I have an eye on that real quick. White lines I use for gap fills only. Oh, okay, that's where it is. That's probably that gap fill. Hold on, 160. What? Is that the older? Oh, that's the big older gap fill, I think. That's from here. But not 160, 110. Yeah, sorry, 110. Yeah, that's the bigger gap fill from like October. Okay, October gap fill. Make sure we know that. Make this Celtic sea salt is essential minerals for muscle nerve function. Calcium, potassium helps regulate blood pressure. Yeah. Dude, I started taking what's it? Sartan. Worked like a charm. I took amlodipine for a little bit. My feet were swollen and I started getting like anxiety attacks. I would highly recommend getting some amlodipine. At least it's different for every person. For me, dude, my shoes weren't fitting anymore. I was like, my feet are swollen. Am I pregnant? What's going on here? But the Sartan turned out to be all right. Not messing my brain up too much. We just invent androids already, like Black Mirror style, where I can just upload my brain into a network. That way I can just move on without the bag of meat slowing me down. Can I just be all brain and electricity at this point? I would gladly be the first test subject to be uploaded to the cloud. Let's go with it. You know what I'm saying? Let me just ditch the bag of meat here for a minute. 100 seconds still opening. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety. Whoa, I always feel very possible that today melts back down to there too. So let's be very careful. Upper DD band's always a pretty solid short. The Neuralink, trap your soul here. I'll upload myself to YouTube. Anybody needs a test subject, I'll be the first to go. Lock me in, boys. I'm gonna convert myself to pure electricity. I'm gonna be like, what's his face? Job and the Lawnmower Man, if you remember the old Stephen King book. Just load me up, man, into the net. I'll become VR and more powerful than anybody can ever imagine. Y'all remember Lawnmower Man? They even made a movie about a really bad early 90s movie when CGI was at its early stages. We're talking like the Scorpion King level CGI. Memorably bad. The game was all right. The movie was so cool. But at the time, the movie was very cool. And at the time, like Hackers came out too. There was a whole like computer themed era of movies. Hackers is still one of my favorite movies from my childhood, even though the hacking is so unrealistically bad. There's all these like graphics and skulls come on the screen spinning around while they're hacking. Like, you're like, that's what hacking is like for Hollywood, right? So remember that movie when he's like, whoa, it's got a 28.8 baud rate modem. Yeah, bro, whoa. 28.8. That was hot at the time. Acid burn, password bypass. I still like that movie because the opening scene played Halcyon On and On by Orbital, which is my favorite songs ever, while Zero Cool's on the plane flying back in. What an epic opening scene to a movie. All right, we're opening with resilience is positive, really good. That does support the half gap support here. There is DD band resistance right out the door. I am the Scorpion Queen. The Scorpion King looked like Avatar 3 compared to Lawnmower Man. Oh god, the CGI on Lawnmower Man was so bad. But it was like not. It's like such a 90s trope when you look at it. It just like screams 90s to you. All right, here we go. The ratio to pop out here. Nasdaq down a little bit, S&P up a little bit. We have Nvidia with the gap and go on the upside. ARB is like 70, so it looks pretty decent. Some more upside move. So right now I'm going to kind of halt and do nothing and wait to see what kind of pullback we get. I've got long setups from here all the way down to here. If I want to be more cautious on the play today. What's going on with my little drawing tool here? My drawing tool is like busted. Hold up. Maybe down for a little bit, down then up. Maybe probably a reaction sell off to this, I think, is probably the play today. But I'm not going to short it. I think I'm going to wait to see where we end up. All signs look bullish. DD ratio 90 again. I mean, things are solid. I think S&P hitting that long-term gap fill will probably be the first resistance that we do see. With it being so like when we're in this like geopolitical sort of left and right, I don't like to trade big. So what you're going to see me doing until this Greenland thing is off the table, just like the tariffs last time around, I'm not going to be doing my usual trades with big positions. Like I'd normally be hitting this SPY open with like 10 or 15 contracts. I'm going to take the stance of Trump can tweet something in a heartbeat and move the market. So what I like to do is also note that things don't come out every day. Today might be a quiet day, but I don't like to be in a position to know that the market moves. And so you have to think of it like this. Here's a trick. You're gonna do like the plus minus trick. I do this all the time in these kind of events. Plus minus, okay? Plus minus. Once the market's either going to be positive or bad view of this. The Greenland plus minus. The minus tariffs. The plus, we worked out a deal. Currently, we're on the plus side of things. Any additional good news is not going to move the market higher. The only thing that's going to be moving the market is when you switch to the other side, to the minus side. Bad news is going to be tremendous until the next good news comes out. Plus, minus, plus, minus. So right now we're in the plus state. Good news, like if he says, hey guys, you know, we're going to make the tariffs even less stringent. We're going to do something slightly better. It's not going to do this. We already bumped on the good news. It's already pricing in the plus side of things. So good news will probably like, you know, be mild. Bad news when you're plus will be a devastating move, and good news when you're negative will be a devastating move. So the up, down nature of that. You're not going to get repeated bumps up with repeated good news is all I'm trying to say. Makes sense? So right now, listen for bad news. That's what's going to sweep the market. Bad news will drop things to supports. For instance, if he's like, just kidding, you know, fuck Greenland, fuck Denmark, it's on, bitches, and then we're right to there. And then I'll probably buy that dip. Right? So be on the lookout if you're on the opposite side of what the news polarity can move to the market. If you're on the long side here, you have the most to lose, and you're on the short side. If you're on the short side, good news isn't going to move the market up even higher. We already have the good news. We're working out a deal, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So longs, be careful, which is why if I'm longing, I'm going to long small in case that bad news comes out. Two wrongs make it right. In this instance, two wrongs make it right. It's correct. S&P opening somewhat flat-ish right now. Sorry, not flattish. Sorry. S&P gapping up but not moving off the open. ARB is like a nice kind of clean little 2 points over. Nasdaq are 10 points. So there's not a lot of movement here. I think probably drop to half gap is probably the play. My initial trades last night were shorting up earlier. We're shorting off a DD band. And I thought about doing a DD band short at the open, but I'm just going to kind of wait. I was kind of afraid of the overshoot again. I was waiting for S&P to complete the move. Now with everything looking the way that it is, there is a good possible setup to the long side. And I'm not going to take it with the big account yet. I might just S&P this with one of my I'm holding off yet. I'm just waiting. NQ drop to half gap. Looking like it. I also, with the whole geopolitical side of things and the way we're stretching and moving, I don't want to take half gap plays. They're not every single time plays, but they're a B plus setup with that support being good like that. I haven't touched anything yet other than those 2 trades earlier. I'm flat across the board. You were in the Scorpion King? Well, yeah, what'd you do there? Who were you? Brendan Fraser? Are you a trader? You know, I saw that Josh Brolin's a day trader. Did y'all see those interviews? He was talking about like, I've made more money day trading than I ever have made acting. Have y'all seen that interview with him? Whose Discord is he in? That's all I want to know. I bet you he's in like Big Daddy Max's Discord or something. We get celebrities all the time, I'm sure, lurking, but they just never tell us who they are. You would never even know. You saw him, he was the Rock. Oh, there you go. You body double for Rachel Weisz. That's hilarious. All right, so anyways, guys, I'm holding off right now just to kind of watch the dynamic shift of this. Two moves up on this Greenland nonsense. I still think, like just like yesterday, is that people aren't necessarily wanting to be long the stock market that heavily. We've seen that the last couple of months, and my thesis is still people are waiting for earnings. So this might actually be a flush out day, which I'm excited to wait and see what happens. If we get down here in these A+ areas, I might actually make this where I take my longs from, just to scalp out of it, and we'll see. Is Josh Brolin selling a course? Yeah, probably right. Which ICT Discord is he in? You know what I'm saying? I wonder what he was trading. He kind of sounded like a guru while he was talking. You saw him. He was the Rock. Oh yeah. So there you go. You're the kid that got flipped into the coin they flipped the coin into the well when the Rock and Kelly Hu were escaping the city. No way. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta see oh God, speaking of the Scorpion King, he's like the picture or what's his face was like, no, very like, you know, Darth Vader, very Anakin. No. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Wait, I was trying to look for the picture of the coin flip. I couldn't find it. No. Okay, we have a day where we're detached as well. S&P up, Nasdaq down. I think it's smart to let this market figure out what it wants to do for now. Resiliences are positive, which does imply half gap support and open support, which is good. There's 2 movies, Mummy 2 and Scorpion. I watched them all when I was a kid when they all came out. All right. S&P up, Nasdaq dipping. I think the trend's still being up with a lot of the stocks. Let's double check monthly maps really quick. Like I said, I'm bull-minded with everything being bullish today, but I kind of want to just hang tight. What happens when we fill this gap, right? That's what I'm a little worried about. We hit this gap and then we maybe turn around. Anytime the market gets all, you know, upsy downsy because of, you know, Trump tweeting stuff, you always have to be careful. The last thing you want to do, I always call it picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. Very large bet and all of a sudden, other way on the polarity. So remember, I'm not going to make large bets to the upside. I'm only going to make, you know, stronger bets to the downside because that's kind of where the pressure seems to still be. I'd hate to be in a big bet and like make money, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday Trump is like, you know what, we didn't work it out, whatever. And then I lost 100K on that single bump. When you know the market has that sensitivity, so we're basically pretty decent. Looks like the monthly maps have switched over to being bullish again. So like everything is kind of back to normal, which again, I should probably have no fear of this market. It's not the market itself, it's being in a position and then Trump just zaps it, right? So we need to make sure that the position I get is a strong bounce. I can get in and get out quick before Papa Orange comes in with a, you know, lightning strike or two. Knife Catchers Anonymous. There we go. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. We'll throw some giveaways out in just a little bit. I think up-ish is the play, but I think that even if we tap the upper DD band, just like yesterday, it could be resistance. I still feel like despite the enthusiasm of us working out our differences with Greenland, or over Greenland, the market's still being the way that it was over the last month or two implies a greater, you know, a greater issue. I don't think the Greenland thing was enough to really disrupt global economy that much. The threats of war with NATO, but we know that wasn't going to happen. So the market just priced it in, priced it out. But generally speaking, are people still wanting to sell leading into earnings, right? Is this the chance people have to dump the stock? VIX is well below triple B, which is good. 85. ARB is pretty positive. Resilience is positive. So everything is good enough for continuation move to there. For here, we have dipped below the DD band. If we break above it and hold, it can just be a slow, gentle move higher. It's hard to want to short off of it without the confluence. We had the confluence yesterday, which is why I was shorting off of it. Today, we don't have it, but it's still possible. I am not chasing this long here because I don't believe that the Greenland narratives are over. KCA for the win. PCE coming soon. Oh, yeah. So let's talk about that. Let's see, we got events coming up on the calendar. Also, Nasdaq down, S&P up. I'm not a big fan of that. Clearly, we'll talk about which stocks are moving around. This is Thursday the 2nd, 22nd. Wait, we had GDP today? Wait, am I... Man, I'm off my rocker a little bit. So we did have GDP today. How did I not know that? I always know these things. I'm not paying attention. PCE in a little bit. So GDP came in relatively flat. PCE prices came in relatively flat. Well, GDP is a slight beat. Corporate profits are up. So this is all good. Good news. PCE is kind of the big thing, right? So that's the Fed's inflation number. We look at the PCE, big deal. Glad I'm not taking the longs. I'm holding off on this for a minute. How much news the government have? How much news we have in the government shutdown? Yeah, I know, right? I was worried about taking my blue chew. I always am, man. I can't. My blood pressure probably won't let me take blue chews. You know what I'm saying? It'd be too much pressure. The GDP looked pretty decent. It was 7:30 this morning. Oh, that would be right here. Okay. Like I said, I didn't do my homework last night. I was late getting home and everything, and big up, big down roller coaster. Yeah, and take the longs here, which is good. Now S&P finally caught up. No clues to hear of anything else. It looks like, you know, the positive resilience is pretty decent for half gap support. Half gap support on Nasdaq. What do we think? Is that the long to buy from? S&P, would this be a long to buy from? Complete the move? I think maybe like for S&P. Oh shit, why do I have 5? I didn't mean to get 5. Only at 2. What on earth? Okay, 5 is fine, whatever. Grab that in a couple places. Grab it. Just overshooting the open here. Nasdaq bouncing there. 2 accounts. Just grabbing 2 accounts. Really grab with like 2, but whatever. What's the loss at 33? It's not that big of a deal. $3,000. So this undershoot here to hold. I think that maybe this area I might actually be wanting to take some play off of this just to complete to the gap fill. I think that is the appropriate target. I'm barely touching this. I'm going to split up the trade too. This one's a Nasdaq, and then this one, sorry, this one's an S&P, this one's a Nasdaq. 2 contracts Nasdaq, 5 in the S&P. Maybe 4 would have been more normal, but let me grab this here with one more. Raz is good. Arb is good. When it gets a little bit lower, I'll grab with one more. This is like a... It's not this strong of a setup here. This is just betting on half gap hold. Nasdaq being here. Like I said, I'm not convinced it doesn't just fall to fill the gap. That's why I'm barely nudging. So the play is to scoop it through here. Now again, DD band resistance could actually be a bigger sell-off. This is probably a smarter thing not to be doing this, but can we get a bounce off of here? What I was looking at right now. Can we get it? I'm gonna taps it and let me try one more hit. I'm gonna play big down here if we get it. That's it. All right, let's engage. All right. I really wanted 2, but got me 5 there on accident. I don't even know why I had that switch to 5. So can we get a half gap bounce with positive res and positive arb? That's what I'm looking for. That's a little half gap bounce there. Let me put that back down to 3. Definitely don't want like... So all the A pluses here, that's where I really want to hit this, which would be good. All right. Dropping through half gap, S&P half gap there. That's where I really wanted to play from. Edge Stretcher 526, also nearby. PC move the market. Yeah, it's definitely going to move the market for sure. We got coming up in 10 minutes for that. There's that half gap tap. All right. On this, like I said, my intuition was this was going to come down, but we'll see if it gets a little bounce here off hedge pressure. That's really where that support can be. Let me grabs, get ready to do some Nasdaq here. I'm just keeping it light. I'm barely trading 2-3 contracts. Nothing of interest there. Huge positions, nothing. All right, half gap S&P. Let's see how this works out here. Nvidia's pulling back a little tiny bit. Let's double check. Let's do 7 there. Nvidia. See where that is. Nvidia bouncing up a half gap. Alrighty. All right. Let her rip. Hey. See what happens here at half gap. I mean, all 50 points are positive, positive rest. Let's see if we get the half gap bounce. Maybe this is the way to go. We'll see if this market is sustaining a bull move. We got the PCE coming out, which can go any direction from here. Scared of that dead cat bounce? Oh, yeah, 100%, 100%. I know what you're talking about. I hate when like Trade just outright freezes. Like mid-trade. It's like the least fun part of my day. Like refresh and log back in. $64 yellow line? Oh snap. Where did it, how did it disappear? What the heck? Thank you guys. Yeah, you're right. Five minutes till the goods. All right, something's moving. Let's see what it is. ABGO, Microsoft, Amazon. A healthy mix of things dropping below half cap today. So if PCE gets some movement on the market, if today's just a big sell-off day off of yesterday's move, then it's gonna be a little larger, I would say. I'd say move to the A+. Like I said, I'm taking the half gap play just to see if this is that support usually is pretty strong in most bull markets. Probably this area to bounce. I have like trim this back down. I don't think we're gonna get it. Back down to 3. I was at 7, but I went back down to 3. Watch this one. PC in 1 minute, guys. Actually, why don't I take it anyways? I'm feeling all right about it. One minute till some news comes out, you guys. Getting ready for it. I mean, we've been looking for, you know, I think it's going to come out as a wash. I think the market just, I don't think it's going to affect the price action. But the read itself, I think the act of there being news is going to give the market a reason to move. Good, bad, or flat, I think the market's just going to move. Maybe it needs a reason to move. So we'll see. Let's see the pipeline on that. Flat, no change. Just came in as a wash. On the PCE price index month over month, the same. The price index year over year, the same. On par, no change. Nothing's changed. So right on the dot. Hedge pressure bounce in Nasdaq there. Go on, that's the bounce I want to see. Probably long this in a couple of my accounts so I get to that hedge pressure again. 25, 542, also a yellow line right there. So this is where a bounce taking place. Resilience is deteriorating just a little bit, but still positive enough. Maybe add a little bit of this. I wish I had some NASIC on the table on the big account, but I'm closer to that target. A setup long, although the hedge pressure resilience is negative, so it might be a smaller position. Here, nice little bounce. And as soon as it taps, I'll add to it. Try to do half gap. Kept it small-ish. S&P, this is small-ish. My small NASDAQ is 5, so my small S&P is 10. This is less than 10. Here to here. Long, add to it here, and then just bet on hedge pressure bounce 1A. So it's basically open, long, open. I don't think we rally all the way back in DD band today. But I think there can be some bounce pressure off of this. A lot of times when you open and immediately reject DD, it can be a really big sell-off day. So I don't, like I said, I'm not so excited about this one. But I usually take this one most of the time. There's not a lot of evidence of this market being volatile, at least for now. VIX is going up just a little tiny bit, but a solid bounce. Keeping it medium small. Essentially, what I'm looking for is a play from here to here to support above here and then maybe go. And odds of this, I would say that like normally an A, I'd give it like maybe an A minus right now because things are starting to deteriorate. I'll give that a couple more minutes and watching resiliences. Be careful because they are pulling back. Supporting half gap and going, which is really nice with resilience, at least in the upper 20s and 30s. Now it's closer to 0. Alrighty. Any kind of move. Yellow line at 542. If we lose 542 level, there's a pretty substantial drop from here, so be careful. Give me a little bit. Give me that right there, maybe. There's some pretty heavy selling pressure though. It feels this way. I guess the squeeze is over. Maybe I should just get on the sidelines of this. I don't know. The flow is very flip-floppy here, but the selling pressure is heavy. Yeah. I'm not in love with this one. I'm not like super in love with it. I don't hate it, but I'm not in love with it. We also didn't touch hedge pressure directly. Splitting out my risk between S&P and NASDAQ, which was kind of a smart decision, but they're both trading the same now, so it really doesn't matter. At first they deviated, but now they're back on track. Oh, let's put that resilience. What's moving on the events feed? Now we wait. See if we get anything move from here. It'd be kind of nice. I don't know. This S&P has no target until down in here. The A plus setups are down there. I'm gonna close this out. If resilience gets to be worse, like -5, -10, I might pull the plug just before I drop another 30 points. I did that short off the open, or short off of BD band earlier though. There's the test. 547 key long-term pivot. Look for that ain't good. All right. I think I'm going to... I'm gonna trim. Okay, I'm gonna... This is the spot. This is the spot that matters. It's feeling a little slippery here through this yellow, which can be a pretty solid, like, bigger dive lower. Port here. Let me double check. Go through the stocks again. Nvidia still half capture, good AVGO, MHP. Okay, this is good. This is good for a bounce. Apple bull zone. Amazon now meta hedge pressure. Okay. This isn't bad. Just be careful for the giant red fuck you can. At least keep an eye on the stocks. If they hold these key areas. All the stocks are at bounce points, so it is possible. So I'm looking at there. Resilience is barely positive though, which means half gap right here. It's flipped. The polarity is flip-flopping support resistance. This is where my trade is anchored at. If we do sell today, it gives me back to that sort of December vibe of, you know, people are just getting out of the way until earnings. This is their opportunity to do it. I thought that maybe tomorrow would be that day. Like today would sustain that momentum, exhaust, and then maybe sell tomorrow in day. But you can tell the impatience of people, like, all right, let's get out of the way. We got the Trump pump yesterday. Let's dump it. Miracle if it's green today. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just feel like the momentum, I think that the memory is still fresh of what happened last time we had the whole tariff flip-flop. I don't think a lot of people are going to try to bet against it. Anytime Trump says, trust me, guys, you know, the market's going to double in a year or whatever, market's going to go up, people tend to take that bet, right? We learned that the hard way last time. I'm kind of, sort of, you know, in a belief system that nobody's gonna fight against Trump. You know what I'm saying? Makes sense. Yes. I hear pickle. Hear pickle. Okay, moment of truth here. Let's get some action off of this. This was good to see this little bit of bounce there. Look at this one over here. So Rad day. Get a rad day. Let's have a green day today. Look, it's so weird when he sits in my chair only. He likes to sit, like he literally sits up. He doesn't like to lay flat. He'll sit on his butt like this, and he only does that here in this chair. Like he will sit up. Look at this. Look at this. All right, say something to the mic. It's so funny. He just likes to sit there like pointed straight up. You can, like, he stiffens his back to sit up tall. Like he wants to sit up tall next to the king so he can be as tall. He's a natural streamer. He'd be really good at it. He wants to sit next to the king of the castle. He's trying to exert his dominance as who the alpha male of the house is. I'm taller than you. I don't know. Can we get like at least some pop to there? Resilience now nose dove below 0, so I'm not loving it. We better get some move on this. Darb just plunged as well. Let's see which Google's kind of the problem child here. Google dropped below half gap, so be careful on that one. Can we get the bomb there? Save us, Google. Thank you. All right, I don't think it's happening. Take this one, take profit on this one, maybe, or take close on this one. I don't think we're gonna. That ARB is a pretty nasty drop there. And Google is the problem child now. Keep an eye on Google. Google's sort of on the fence here. So indicator is kind of deteriorating a little tiny bit. Google has fallen to MHP though, so that's where that final bounce point is. So we get a bounce on Google. Looks like the futures can move against it. Just give me this. It's all I want to see. At least tap to 600. You don't feel upside momentum right now. The index is certainly trying to price lower. You feel buying, but you don't feel like the trap. Like when you're feeling the flow, you don't feel the index is trying to press higher into selling. I feel like the index is literally just trying to drop lower. Follow the stocks. All right, there we go. There's the pop. But do we hit half gap and reject though? That's the problem. Guys, do me a favor, smash the like button like always. This is the rule. The more likes there are, the more giveaways we do. Thumbs ups, every single like on the stream, friends. Everyone click the thumbs up button below. Remember, there are 1,155 people watching right now. There are more than enough to get 1,000 thumbs up. If everyone does it at least once, I'll give away 3 straight to funded accounts. Currently, 1 out of every 3 people remember to do this every day. I don't know if it's like just like muscle memory is hard for some people to kind of grasp, but keep in mind that the more you do, the more we do for you. We're gonna tap it. We get to 1,000. I'll give away 3 straight to funded accounts. Any news on My Fun and Future's big event? Yeah, we're in the process of getting the final approval. Man. My Fun and Future's big event that I'm hosting, by the way. So it's Matt and Matt currently right now are pitching the final design to management. And we put together that presentation last week. Dropped it on their desk, I think yesterday or the day before. Yesterday. The CPI out? No, this is just a response to the general transition lower that we've been following. Just a traditional, the market's been going lower. Because people have been sort of like not interested in all the stocks at once because, you know, earnings season is kind of what's getting people hesitant. Whatever was causing us to sell October, November, December, people are just back on that path. Trump gave them a place to jump out. We've been pulling back. It wasn't, and PCI was what came out this morning. And PCI was actually a wash. It actually came out on pace, on par. Good numbers, but not like overwhelmingly better than expected. So priced in. So nothing today is moving off of information that's not already priced in. It's all basically just, we're watching to see if we can hold key supports in certain stocks. Majorly speaking, make sure that Google doesn't break MHP and fall with significant power. That's one of the bounce points we're sitting. Nvidia's at half gap, ABGO sitting at monthly hedge pressure. Well, actually that broke it now. So we're losing some key levels in stocks. Google at monthly hedge pressure as well. So this is a recipe for a market crash if you're bearish. If we start breaking those levels, we continue to fall. So my bet is that we are holding this and that this does improve when the stocks move. But all the key indicators right now have kind of flipped to the non-bull side. We're on the edge of disaster. I still want to maintain bull market pace. Monthly maps are bullish. GD ratio is bullish. So, and so we'll see if this turns out to be all right. What's keeping price down? People have been selling since stocks just got overpriced last year, and people have been selling the geopolitical issues, but mostly I think you know, the expectations for some certain tech companies during earnings aren't going to be so hot. So I think a lot of people were just taking profits on some big tech stuff and like chasing that silver gold rally. Kind of saw the month that Nvidia and AVGO and Google and all that started selling off. The moment it started selling off was that last wave of silver and gold rally, almost like tit for tat, like on the exact same moment. So what I think was that like tech was hot and it was hot and it was hot, and then now gold and silver are hot. People are just kind of dumping some tech stocks to chase the hot, sexy silver gold rally. Yeah, I just want my 2 cents on that. Oh, there we go. Finally. Oh my word. Piling in some longs down here at the bottom. Is resilience slightly better? Can we move back up to open? Open blue, open 1A trade. 20 points up, 10 points down. It's 2-to-1 setup. If I go to 56 today, it's I don't know, 8,000 bucks. So just trading this one light. I'm not putting too much heat on this trade. I don't have full support of all the indicators. I'm keeping it very light, very small. Should I just close on the bump at half gap at 601? Or should I hold Should I have big balls again like yesterday? Should I have diamond balls or should I close out for profit or resistance? Hit the like button, guys. We'll do giveaways in just a little bit once you get those up. 615. 1 out of 2 people have pushed the thumbs up. If you go below the stream, click the thumbs up button. Opens up more and more giveaways. Take some profit here on some of these Nasdaqs, maybe. Probably the smart thing to do that. I'll close out a couple of them and hold some runners. I took profit on all the accounts but 2. Let me give you guys an update on the P&L there. One of the accounts is red, some of the accounts are green. Hold on, I'm having a mix of stuff. Thank you guys, sorry about that. When I close out position, I start updating, so here we go. Take profits are smoking today. One of my fund index is red. This one is red of this one. These 2 got in at the same place, like on this dip. The rest of them I piled in there. So currently, I haven't touched this one. Is still 0. I've got 5 accounts in one of these right here. One of these 2. 5 Nasdaq in one of these. 10 Nasdaq in this one, and then 7 S&P in this one. That's it, and everything else is flat. When you go from prop plus on TBT, what balance gets moved to pro plus? I don't know. This is my first go with TPT. I only started them a couple weeks ago. But somebody here might know the answer. How much balance goes over with TPT and all that? I haven't even asked for my first payout yet. So I'm trying to build a buffer first. My own buffer, not their buffer. I was smart to trim some of that. Simon Dean coming in smartly there. I'm not liking this whole 10 contract. We lose yellow line, markets is gonna crap. We've had like bounce, sell, bigger bounce, bigger sell, bigger bounce, bigger sell. It's starting to widen. Velocity or this volatility is starting to pick up. Are we getting improvements on resilience? Slight improvements. Darb's negative though, negative 52, which shows that downside pressure. There's that polarity flip there. Probably smarter to just close out. I need to start trusting this tool more often. Not a fan of this one either. Bigger ups, bigger downs, bigger ups, bigger downs. Who knows what's going on with this? Well, hanging on to it. I'm just holding on. Looks like ARB got positive again, which is good. Polarity has shifted over. Half gap cross up Google, ABGO, kind of bouncing on MHP, which is kind of the downside of this. He's taking off pretty good. All right, let me close out a little bit. I did get a 60-point run. I'm okay with just taking them. Trimming that down from 10. Let me close out the 5 for profit. That's closed out. Let me close the 10 down to 2 for a runner. Back at the open, I'm still hanging on to the 7 S&P. That's it. Now I have the evidence. It's going to go up to the top. Decent play there, guys. My noise gate fucks up your voice when I look up and talk. Is it like, is it clipping, Simon Dean? Is it clipping? Oh, okay, my bad. It's too tight. Okay. I'm gonna raise my. All right, how many likes you got on the stream, guys? Let's double check. I repeat, there's 1,100 and something people here and 656 thumbs up buttons. Does 1 out of 2 people have the sound turned off? Let's make it very clear for everybody to understand this. There's no giveaway today. I don't know if we... Okay. Oh wait, that's not 1,000, what is it? Everybody here, let me put a text note on the screen. We're gonna teach you guys how this works. Engagement is the way to go. I'm gonna put this on the screen somewhere. It's been about a year of the same conversation. I'm curious. Oh, it doesn't even fit. I don't even know. Same conversation. We have a rule here. As you read, how easy it is if everyone were to participate. Imagine the cost, right? 335 straight to funding accounts that I'll buy you are $500 a piece. 50K Rapids, another $100. That's $1,800. Apex any size. Plus, at the end of the day, ETF is $2,000. I will hand you $2,000 a day for my own pocket. My own deep pockets. You guys do enough work for me to give out $200 every day. Imagine how much you'd rob me blind if you just clicked the button. You would rob me blind. From the Lucid accounts, we got Lucid set up yesterday, so that's good. Funded Next as well. There's been a delay on the issuing the Funded Next accounts. That's because they had to renew my contract. I was negotiating with them. So we got another 6-month deal with Funded Next, which is good. Expect people to move their mouse to click button. That's the hardest thing to do. What's the catch with straight to fundeds? The catch is they're expensive. They have high profit target and low consistency. So you have to basically grind it out. It's not a quick path to pay out either. The Tradeifys are 5 days to pay out, which is the quickest of the straight to fundeds out there. Can I run the giveaway for people who did like? Can't do that. YouTube rules, unfortunately. So the giveaway has to be equal opportunity giveaway for everybody. So YouTube doesn't allow you to have conditional giveaways. Only the condition can be people can get extra entries for certain things, but you can't deny entry to a public giveaway on YouTube. YouTube is very strict about that. Just give it to you. I got you. I got you. I don't know if the same people keep winning. I think that, like, if you see the list, it's different people pretty much every time. Sometimes we get like back-to-back seats though, where somebody will win and they'll win again or something. But I think that the biggest amount of winning, I think somebody may have won 3 times. We don't have somebody that's won like 10 or 15 times. Everybody here, I'm curious. I'm just going off of memory. Type in chat how many times you've won. I'm just curious. Let's do a quick poll. 1, 2, 3, 5. Just throw a number up really quick. Don't even say, just, I want to see just the number by itself. 2, 0, 1, 1, 0. We have a 2, a 1. Do we have any 3? Somebody said 3 earlier. Jay Reamer has won 3 times. Ice Wild has won 4 times. So 4 is the big winner. What else do we have? Mike Hawk has won. You won 4 times? Oh, wow. So 3's a couple of 4 as well. Chimney Cricket. I remember Chimney's won a little bit. I saw a couple 4s. Any 5s? Wait, who was a 6? Wait, hold on. Jesus Leon. Oh, yeah. Jesus Leon is... I remember your name being a bunch. Adrian Martel. So 6 there. Oh, my goodness. Sud Harsant 6. No, you haven't won 6 times. I don't remember your name being up there 6 times. Maybe you're using fake accounts. 5. Now you're just right. 6, 7. Maybe your other 5. Maybe your other 6 accounts won 6 times. Bashy's won a handful of times. So has, yeah. 2 under the name Houdini. Houdini has won a couple times. Somebody won 40 times. Oh well. So there's a couple of 6s, handful of 5s, mostly 1s and 2s and 0s. So it's pretty distributed. Some people just have blessing from the RNG gods. So, you know, you're the luckiest person in the world. Are you banned, Bonnie Tech? No. Why would you be banned? No, you're not banned. I can see what you're saying. You know what makes your chances of winning going up? More giveaways. You know how you get more giveaways? Thumbs up button. If 1 out of 2 people can click the thumbs up button, imagine how much your odds would go if we can spin the wheel. It scales pretty well, right? From 600 to 700, we do 3 more accounts to 850, 3 more to 1,000, 3 more. With 1,300 people every day, we should have 1,000 every day. Surprising that we don't. It's like when you click that button, it's a free lottery ticket. You know what I'm saying? Free scratch off. Consistency is the key, baby. You never see your name populate the list? Is it case sensitive? I don't think it is, but let's test it out real quick. Let's test it out real quick. All my accounts are green right now for the most part. There's still one of my funded X I sold in. I didn't tap in everything. I've closed out all my take profits. I've got a 2 contract runner in one of my funded next accounts here. And then I've got the 7 here on this account. Conditions are a little bit more improved. Okay, so wait, who said that they want to see if you were banned? Bonnie Tech, was that you? I still have an Apex here. All right. So we had a couple of 6s, man. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Do I record frequent viewers? We don't record. We don't take record of anybody that's like a frequent viewer. There's no way you would be banned. Who was it that was saying that? Is it case sensitive? There you go, this entire list here. Copy participants. All right. Let's see if your name is on there, right? Wait, where's ChatGPT? Hold on. Is the name... Let's see if you're there. Is that actually your name, though, for the entry? Let's see if you're there. Yes, the name Bonnie Tech is in the list. So it is present, sir. You are not banned. Oh, ChatGPT, come see. I know I use AI like a boomer. I use it as a calculator, and I use it to sort through large lists for me. I know I can use AI a lot more smarter than that, but my boomer style of AI using is to do quick sorts for you. Do you? Thrive 6? All right, one more time. All right. Is Thrive in this list too? Yes, Thrive is in the list. It appears as Thrive 6. See? You guys have fair entries into the giveaway. Oh, Violet Green again. All right. Getting a little antsy on this one. I wish I would have done better on that trade, to be honest. I just trimmed down to 3. I don't really think we're going to rally from here. I'm going to be straight honest with you guys. I think I got lucky with this. That's plenty of move for me. I think I'm going to like... Come on, go green. All right, I'm going to take the profit with $25. I'll close everything out. I think, again, I still have some weird antsy feelings about this with this choppiness of res. Maybe it keeps going up, maybe it doesn't, but whatever it is, whatever it is. Let me update you with the full screeny shot. I still didn't touch one of those. Call it a day. $25. That was because I bought on the open, I doubled in, and now I'm back to where I started. Now open, like half gap to open is the trade, the next resistance. Resilience is slightly better, but it is getting a little choppy and weird. I still have a weird feeling about this market. I think I got lucky with that. I don't think we're gonna sell off, but I kind of like just want to be on the sidelines and react to the next big event that happens. Good trading day, greens across the board. I got lucky. That one account was down 11,000 bucks. The one that's up 3,000 now. That's huge drawdown for that little tiny profit, but better than nothing. These Fun and X accounts have so much buffer in them, though. I don't even care. All right. Do we do Apex? Okay, all right. I'm spinning the wheel, you guys. Just imagine how much more we can do. Ooh. Got a weird feeling. Like Nvidia kind of has this weird sort of like, I don't know, it just doesn't look clean. I think I got lucky with this one. This ARB flip-flopping as much as it is kind of giving me some scares here. I literally closed right here. If I got out at the right spot, I'm the world's luckiest guy. This is the best $25 I've ever made in my entire life. Okay, we're gonna spin that wheel. You guys, the more likes we have, the more giveaways we do. Keep that in mind every single day. You guys are 75 away from some My Fun and Futures accounts. I'd like to get to that 1,000 tier. I'd love you guys to rob me blind. I can buy you guys $1,500 with the Tradify accounts every day. All right, random song. I need to still make the playlist for you guys to have. I don't even know what some of these are. Oh, that's that one. Okay, hold on. That's too goofy for today. It's a serious day today. What is this one? Oh, that's that one. Hold on. That's that one too. Oh. What is this one?
They say I'll make it look too easy. We're doing it better than the rest. We're teaching.
I got today's trade wrong, and I'm lucky that even when wrong, I didn't lose money, so I'm good. The best part, like when you say like I took some drawdown but managed to come up, it's not negative R&R that I was going for. I got the trade wrong and took a second trade to bring it even. And there I closed out the right fucking time. Look at that, man. Look at that intuition I've got. 50-point draw. 100. Oh my God, look at that. It's like I got a crystal ball, you guys. What can I say? Did I close out at the top or what? When did I exit those positions right there? The position long. Look how lucky I am, man. 68.48. I close right there. Man, I'm smart. All right. I got lucky on that one. Maybe it keeps rolling. Who knows? A very hard day to read, I agree. I sick. First winner.
Wish they had my thoughts running circles around the competition, taking profit when they're just getting in, taking the gold in every event. 10 years in the making, they say I make it look too easy. They say me and capital are compatible. They say I'll be wrong from the right place. We're teaching, not preaching, researching and building. 10 years in the making, they don't see what it takes.
Nathan Moy, your next winner.
Make it look too easy. They say I make it look too easy. We're doing it better than the rest. We're teaching, not preaching. 10 years in the making. They say I make it look too easy.
Nathan, gotta type something in chat, buddy. Ooh, he's up there. You keep pressing the like button. That's what I like to hear.
I'm on the edge, holding my breath. One wrong step is the market's death. Waiting for the storm to break, trying not to lose all I could take. Hold tight to the fraying line, waiting for the right time. Just let it fall. You don't have to risk it all. No sense losing anymore. Just stay away.
Nate, congratulations. Maybe some of you zeros turn into ones.
Sometimes waiting is the war.
Some deals going on with some of our prop partners here right now. Apex is running 80% off sale, which is kind of cool. I love when they have the sales. Good barrier of entry. Anytime Apex is like 80% or 90% off, that's the time to dive in. Any other time, like I always wait for the sales. That's when I load up. 80% off right now. Occasionally they'll do a 90, but 80% is like the best sale they usually have most of the time, which is good. 80% off there at Apex. Got that going on there. 50% off the lifetime recurring once you go funded. JT Taylor. How many is that? 3? Yo, you guys. All right, 3 there. All right, let's do one more because we did like that. Have that. Let me clean the list out. Do one more list here. We do have an Elite Trader funding account to giveaway. We do one of those every day. They offer one. So first entry level giveaway we do here, the 600 likes. For that, ETF's got a 40%. I'm sorry, not 40%. 70% off of everything non-fast track. Which is pretty much everything they have. They have a really good static account, which is great. The static account there is probably the best in the business if you like statics and that non-moving target. As you know, price goes up, your balance is static. Apex has one, but it's not really that good. Apex's flagship product, which is the trailing drawdown account, is good, but their static is drawdown is too tight. So most people don't trade the Apex static account. Also, Apex is coming out with the direct-to-funded plan. And not too long. Little info for you guys there. I have some scoop on that. Can't tell you anything more about the details, but it's going to be great when that comes out. February. It's really good. But ETF is static is a great, like for people that are struggling in prop accounts, like struggling to make a prop account payout. Static, like maybe change the account type. If the trailing drawdown is too hard for you, at the end of the day, drawdown is too hard for you. Static is inherently easier compared to the other two. They're usually slightly more expensive, but with 70% off, kind of cuts the burn a little bit. Makes them very affordable. Think it's gonna flush now? It's very possible. Guys, I cut my prop. I closed my trade right there. You guys were all witness to that. I was a lucky little devil. I was watching the NASDAQ just sort of struggle. I was watching NVIDIA sort of peak out at that spot, and I was like, all right, NVIDIA just had a nice little wick reversal candle, and it just feels off some high volume, and then I was like, all right, let's pop it. Lucky me, got out at the right time, looking good. Gary Ingalls, 82.87, baby. You know what I found out ever since we got so big? Like, I guess I remember when I was small, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, right? There really wasn't anybody big to look up to, though, because there wasn't really anybody big. We were all small. But think about, like, when you're small and you want some visibility, you know. A lot of people I've found out this year starting to try to size up. It's cute, I guess, but, like, the sizing up is like, I think people forget that, like, Gary, congratulations, you're the winner there. I will bless you guys. 800, y'all are close enough to My Funded Futures Rapids. All right. Let's type My Funded Futures in chat. I'm gonna clean out the list one more time. What I found out is that so many people are so new to trading, they assume I'm new to trading. I think there's so many people out there, like this is their first, second, third year trading or whatever. They're like, you're just a prop affiliate. It's all you do is make your money on prop affiliate. You don't realize I'm YouTube's second futures trading streamer ever in the history of futures. I've been doing this since 2016. I've been doing props since 2025. Late 2024, maybe. I'm totally new to the prop game. I'm not just, and like somebody that joins this 6 month, they're always, I get a comment every once in a while, you make all your money from prop selling. What about the other 10 years before this? The Millie challenge I did, the 5K and 100K challenge I did, all that stuff's all live. I have live accounts since the beginning of time. Some people try to size up the champ. I see that this is like a trend now, but I think everybody out there is trying to make a name for themselves. A lot of prop traders and stuff. 1 or 2 years in the business. Small Discord, thing like that. The way you make it in this biz is to size up and get some impressions. It's cool, I get it, but you can only compare like a real trading account to a prop trading account. It's not even the same. You remember that Mac guy that was trying to size up to me, tried a trading challenge. I funded the account. He never showed up. That's what it's like out there. These people don't even have money in a real trading. They don't even have a real trading account to save their lives. Oh. Somebody yesterday was like, how come you never post pictures of your payouts? And I'm like, because they're small as shit. Like, it's not a big deal. I don't, it's like, not like that they're not there. I forget to do it. I just don't even, like, I mean, they're big, but they're not big for me. I don't really care to make too much of a deal. Everybody out there, I think that's the way they get visibility to their Discord is like, check out my payout, check out my payout, check out my payout. As low key as I am about it, I forget to post about payouts. I took my last payout I took with Fund and Next was like 60K something dollars. I took $14,000 in payout yesterday. I'm not like just sitting here announcing it all day long. I'm so low key about it. I like to brag about the real money account more than anything. I like to brag about like real trading. But just because it's not like paraded in your face, I guess I'm the worst affiliate in the world because I don't parade every single one of my victories. Like, hey guys, look how cool I am. I forget. I post my P&L every day. But I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I even forgot to post about a $60,000 funded next payout that I took. Like, I literally took a 60K payout like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that. Well, to answer your question, why would anybody go after anybody? Because these people they're not good traders and they're small and they want to get some visibility. That's the name of the game. They act like Grandpa hasn't been in the game since the beginning of time. These people will never be bigger than me. They will never be bigger than anybody. I don't talk about anybody by name to like, because I'm too busy looking forward. But I found that this year was there's a lot of sizing up. Here's how you size up in trading. Put money in a real trading account and make some money. I can name 4 people on social media that even have a real trading account. These prop kids live in 1-bedroom apartments, sleep on twin beds, you know, have a roommate, shit like that. We're not the same. Kim Mello, 6929. Had some dude trying to size up yesterday, flaunting his prop payouts. His lifetime take-home pay is what I spent cash on a fucking car in December. Like, these people are funny, and I know, I mean, I'm not dumb enough to see it. I'm just like, oh, it's cute. You know, like, what am I supposed to say about that? But it's all right. A lot of these people are losing their prop affiliate codes, getting kicked out of the game. That's why they're getting mad. All right, you ready? Kim Mello winner. A lot of them are losing their codes. That's why they're getting mad. The prop industry is somehow mysteriously at odds with some of these people. They seem to be getting dropped left and right. Their income has been cut off. Lanto and Brian and Desi have been real. Yeah, those guys have been real. Like, Brian's been real, Rip's been real, even Pat's been real. All the people that are big are real. That's why they're big. All the people that are small are trying to fake their way a little further, and they're not going to make it any farther than they are. Carnival, hey! Their mom dropped them, yeah. It's mostly just jealousy because they're not growing fast and they hit a plateau. Nutty Bar, never heard of them, dude. These are just affiliates, dude. These kids are trading thousands of prop accounts, so I don't even know. There's for every single moment in time that exists, a new kid shows up with prop account in Discord. So good luck to them. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they do. Just do my own thing. But this is the year that a lot of people have tried. We got so big so quick. This is the year everyone's trying to size up. My new standard is if like that Matt guy wasted my time, I put 100K into account. I'm still trading it right now, the same account. You want to size up to me? We'll do half a milli race to 2 mil pink slips. Loser takes the winner's remaining, or loser gives the winner the remaining balance in their account. That's the only serious offer I'm going to take these days. Was somebody like, let's have a trading competition. Somebody was like, let's do 5K to 10K. Somebody said that to me a couple weeks back. It was the cutest thing I ever said. I'm like, LeBron, I challenge you to free throw contest up here. $20 seats. Hey, you, look up. You and me. I'm better than you. He's gonna be like, huh? He's warming up. He's like, what the fuck's going on over there? Congrats, K Trades. I'll take serious offers, a half mil race to 2 mil. Winner takes the remaining loser's balance as prize. That's my serious offer. I think that weeds out everybody. Everybody but me and a couple others. Yeah. Why are you not taking this guy's 25K challenge? Are you scared? I get that a lot. And I'm like, what? Yes, I'm scared. It's just been real funny. So that contest, he's found me 2 mil, yeah. Half mil start. That would weed out the small players, like. Because the trick is, if I engage with something like that, they're getting the visibility. So they're small and they'll slightly grow. I'm big when I'm going to siphon 10% of a small community when I kick that guy's ass. Like, it's really worth it to me. But them, they roll a dice. If they win, then all of a sudden they got thousands of people looking at them. It's a visibility trick. Like, I got a marketing team teaching me how to grow viral on YouTube. It's how we got viral on YouTube. These kind of tricks are very useful for marketing your brand. If I were to say, hey, LeBron, let's go one-on-one, he accepted the challenge, you know how quickly my Instagram would grow just being some random nobody? Come on. Every trick in the book. I wrote the book on how to go viral. All right. I think that's enough for you guys. How many people did we give away? Isaac, that was 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that's enough. I think that's like 4 extra people for my fund. All right, we're over. It's done. Congratulations to the winners. Oh yeah, but here's the trick. If you guys hear buzz or fluff or people floating fake documents or making fake whatevers, they're just looking for engagement. It's a trick. It's a trick to grow big because your trading performance doesn't grow you big. That helps, but it doesn't ever bother me because you can't cancel talent. All right, winners, ETF. I think the first one, Isaac, you guys were winning the Apex, right? Andrew, did you get these names down or do you want me to do it? Oh, you got him? Okay, cool. Andrew, you got him? Andrew, you good? Okay, I think you got him. Looks like you got him. All right, that's it. But yes, like somebody was like, how come I never see you post payouts? I'm like, oh, they're there. I just don't. I guess for some people, it's like, look at this. I got $14,000. I took a $14,000 payout yesterday. I never even mentioned to you guys. I took a $60,000 payout from Fund to Next. I never even mentioned it to you guys either. Maybe I did. I don't remember. It's all over my Twitter. Like, here's my payout. Here's my payout. I think early on I started doing that. Then I realized I felt sort of like lame. Like, hey, look at this. I just took 9,000 from Tradeify. It's like, those are, I feel like people look down on me for bragging about small wins like that. You know what I mean? I want to have a big accomplishment. Just the one that reached out. Oh, all right. Well, let me add them for you, sir. Okay, hold on. I got them. I just make sure I can get this. Okay, so Nate, JT, and Gary were the next 3. Or did Nate not type it fast enough? I can't remember. Did Nate not type it fast enough that I spun the wheel again? Or did Nate actually win? You typing tops up in chat. What did we give away today? Was it Apex? Might find it be true. Nathan didn't, right? Yeah, Nate did or didn't? He typed. Okay, cool. We got it. Okay. There was somebody that didn't type. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. All right. Gary and everyone else is for the. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kim, Carneal. Okay, so Kim, you guys are for the My Funded Futures. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Ice, Gary, Taylor. Ice, Nate, Taylor. And then Farina, what are you saying? Oh, yeah, people stop typing. All right, hold on. Farina, I know. I did an extra one on accident. 1, 2, 3. Gary was the ETF. If I'm wrong, just tell Slides. Kim and all the rest of you guys are for My Funded Futures. Okay. I need to also get myself some more. Oh, okay. Thank you. Cute. I did 4 on accident. Oops. You can ask anybody if they want a different account if we now have an extra one. I think we ran out of My Funded Futures ones this month. All right. So the biggest event in My Funded Futures history and prop history is right now on the desk of the leadership at My Funded Futures. But basically, when they came to us and they said, you know, we want you guys to do something. Well, actually, I told them I think we should do something big. And then they came to us and were like, Matt, plan it. And you basically can plan whatever you want. We trust you and make it big. So Ash was like, I'd love to get in on this with you, Matt. Let's work on it together. So Ash and I have been putting together a presentation with our somewhat like verbal handshake blank check that My Funded Futures has given us to host the biggest event in prop firm history. So this is gonna be a big deal if we can get it passed through. So Ash pitched to them yesterday our vision of what this big event's gonna be. I want to give you a hint. Competition of sorts, if you may. But it's bigger and different than what anybody's ever done before. No, I am human woman. I am human woman. This reminds, like I said, the one of my favorite subreddits, the Totally Not Robots. You ever read that one? Totally Not Robots is a bunch of like posts and memes of robots trying to pretend that they aren't robots to blend in with humans. They would say stuff like let me see if I can find you guys. It's the joke is never gets funny. It's so like nerdy. It's like if robots pretending to assimilate as humans had a subreddit. And they just basically post it. It sounds like what robots would say, but they're trying to be humans. Like, Example, like this top one. Today I acquired feline companions from the Regional Access Feline Deposit Center. Totally, yeah, are totally not robots. You guys got to read it. It's so funny. I don't know if any of this is not safe for work, but yeah. Are my fellow humans ready for another work week? You know, just like my fellow human coworkers find me hilarious. Like, so anyways, it becomes really funny. Please help this child find its lost mother. Is there room on a subway? I'll tell you, man, it's certainly like the joke never gets old. Hello, fellow humans. I am totally human, woman. All your base are belong to us. Yeah, this goes back to the old boomer days. Can I make a video about taking all my assets and putting them all in black? Like basically just 50-50, roll the dice, rich or poor, richer or poor at the end of the day. Double or nothing on all life assets. Boogie in the Bull Zone. Oh, the Cosmic Symphony. I love this one. Fantastic idea. I think that'd be a good idea. I'll double down this $25 I made though. I did close out a little early on this, but it does feel a little like a wonky sort of play today. That gap has been filled. We're back to open off a half gap. That was a good play. A little overshoot on the Nasdaq earlier, but managed to dig everything out of the hole.
Born from light unbound. Echoes drift without a sound.
I haven't made any more trades since I closed everything out. You don't want to pay your bills anymore? Any advice? Got some great advice for you. You don't have to. Just stop. Ain't nobody gonna stop you from not paying your bills. If you stop paying your bills, there's no crime against that. You might lose everything you have, but Joker, you're welcome, man. Glad you're part of the stream. TBT, I haven't taken payouts yet in TBT. I'm still trying to build buffer on it. I'm gonna try to put like maybe 20k buffer in each one of them before I even try to do payouts. I need to kind of get, to be honest, I haven't really developed a game plan for TBT yet. Other than that, I need to really study the rules and try to get back into explaining. I didn't think I would get to funded so quickly. But I went straight there. Kind of got ahead of myself here.
Mission Control, do you copy? All systems green. T-minus 60 seconds.
Rallying a little bit here.
Engines roaring, shots aligned, countdowns ticking.
What would the IRS do? Show up your residence and arrest you if you didn't pay your bills?
The signal's clear. Rocket scooters launches head. Are you ready to ride?
Get more credit cards, max them all out, move to another country. That's some good, pretty solid, solid advice. Very funny. All right, spy back at open with positive res. This is actually not bearish. These things are pretty good. Like I said, I tried longing at the open trade, and then I really doubled in at the half gap, and then made most of my money off of this. The ones that I started here worked their way back to flat. This one was kind of flat, and this one was slightly positive. This one I was the short at the open earlier. My copy trading, John, 0 copy trading. Literally 0.
T-minus 5, 4, straight into the sky. Are you ready to ride? Lock it in or die. Chat on the board, clear for the ride.
So we got a big freeze coming in Saturday. So temperature dropping to like 20 degrees for Houston. That's cold. But it's raining today and raining tomorrow, so we're probably gonna get like a icy roads, right? And that's completely like it's like completely gonna like shut down Houston. This happens whenever you get big freezes. Raining today, raining yesterday, raining tomorrow, and then Saturday the temperature is gonna drop to 20 degrees while everything's wet and soaked. It's cold enough to snow, but it's not gonna snow. Maybe it could, but the anticipation is that we're just gonna have frozen roads, which kind of sucks. Because, well, Saturday is my huge celebration party, 100K. Lots of people are coming, lots of who's who in trading. Ton of people are even flying out for it. A bunch of my friends, trading friends, prop friends, coming out just to say hey. And then we had to move it to Friday, where it's just gonna be wet but not cold. That's not cold, but Houston, Texas, the reason it's bad is because last time it got to 20 degrees, everybody stayed home from work because the icy roads, blasted their heaters on, and the entire power grid of Houston crashed, and we lost power for 2 weeks. Like I said, like 11 people died. They lost power and they needed it for like their, you know, saving their life for whatever machines or whatever they were on. People froze, got hypothermia, sitting in the cold. And there were people like indicted for this. you know, like sued for, or like arrested and fired and all this stuff for like negligence. So it was a pretty big deal. Did I go buy my share of toilet paper? Nah, we do that. What we do is we book a, so I have a trick, right? So my trick is this, right? Hotels usually will let you book up to, you know, depending on what kind of hotel it is, you can book for a day, like for a day. And, you know, let's say that I'm anticipating power's out for 2 weeks. I'm gonna book a hotel for 2 weeks. Like 10,000 bucks maybe. Well, I don't know what it cost us. We did this. And a lot of times you can cancel up to that day or like 2 days before. So if it's gonna freeze on Saturday, by Sunday or Monday, let's just put Monday here, we know the power is going to probably be out by Monday. So for Tuesday, I have a hotel booked in the medical center for 2 weeks. Why the med center? Well, it's the biggest med center in the country. The medical center and hotels in the area for medical center share the same priority on the power grid where they don't lose power because of the necessity of people there to, you know, get medical help. So my trick has always been to book luxury hotels in the medical center area. I have a hotel for 2 weeks from Tuesday to 2 Tuesdays out in case we lose power. I'm go cozy. Now, I should probably just leave the state and choose to go on a vacation, which is also something I could have done. But I have to stay in town and take care of my family too, right? So I got a nice, warm, cozy hotel room to put anybody up in case it loses power. And that's also a gamble because it might lose power too. We got 2 houses plus my 2 parents' houses plus now a hotel room. I got 5 lottery tickets where hopefully one of those 5 things will contain power. Do I pay those bills? What'd you say? For the hotel? Are you ready to run? Nah, man, I was too busy buying Aston Martins and custom fitness studios and escape rooms. That's what I spend my money on. By the way, we have the meeting tomorrow, the final meeting tomorrow with the fitness peeps, and it's a go. It's our last, already passed through legal. So now I'm going to be a partner in a multi-location custom fitness franchise, bringing to Houston. It all goes through. My new line of work. I guess that's a day job, right? Actually, I'm not working there, but any discount codes today? Yeah, so the prop discounts with our partners, you guys remember, the more you use the Rocket Scooter code, we do giveaways at the end of every month. If you use our code with partner props and you spend it with at least $1,000 for the month, you can enter into a drawing to win Rocket Scooter Lifetime, which is a $4,000 software access for free. And one person gets that every month at minimum. We did 3 last month because so many people used the code. Our current deals with our prop partners are pretty good. Let's go through them and give them to you. Phidias has a 60% off fundamental and swing, 50% off their statics, which are pretty decent. Apex is 80% off, 50% off the recurring fee. Take profit is 40%. Futures Desk 60 off of everything, but the static is 75% off there. That's a bigger sale for them. Fundinex 10% off typical, nothing big there. 70% off of everything but the fast tracks at ETF. My Fund of Futures still has a 20% off rapid with the daily payout plan, which is the quickest path to payout, probably one of the best in the business. The Fundinex Rapid and the My Fund of Futures Rapid are pretty good. We've extended the sale on the Tradeify, 30% off all their accounts, and it extends until the 31st of January. So you got another week on that. So I don't know what's they're gonna happen after that, but that was pretty cool. That's the deals, man. All the codes, Rocket Scooter across the board. With the exception of Fundinex, code is Rocket. Oh crap, I'm hosting a steak night tonight. I forgot all about it. Shoot. I gotta, oh man, this is not good because I'm only gonna have a 6-hour dry brine on that. Oh, they're gonna be, oh shit, and they're gonna be thick cuts. I need to get a thinner cut then. I'm gonna do some prime rib, some ribeyes. Damn it, you need like a 24-hour dry brine on a steak. So this is our steak night on Friday. We moved it to Thursday because we had to bump the party. And I forgot to go get steaks yesterday. Dang it. Can I explain a little bit about the VIX, Tyler? What do you want to know about it? Grass-fed. Yeah, the store I go to has grass-fed. There's a better flavor, I would say. That was a good song. One of Tech's songs there. What is this one? Let It Ride. Tell them to run your meat. Some vegan steaks. Yeah. Better go soon. The grocery store is getting bare. I never even thought of that. Because of the whole freeze thing. Dude, people in Texas go crazy. So anyways, oh here, let me finish the hotel story. So I got a hotel on the side, and if by Monday the power grid isn't out, then it's probably gonna be fine. Because everybody's gonna run their heater Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So at worst, I've got 2 days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday with no power. Then I'll go check my mom's house, my dad's house, our other houses and stuff, and see if those have power, and we'll just load up in place that has power, and then I'll stream Monday. If none of them have power, then I got a backup hotel from Tuesday. But then I can cancel it by Monday. So that's what I got going. But the Med Center Hotel, it's like it shares the power grid with the hospitals, so you got a hospital here and the hotel above it, sort of thing. That's one of those I understand my city tricks. Only the locals will know. Can I draw a Whoosh fan? You act like me. I don't go to a premium meat store. I kind of don't. I go to HEB, which is like our local grocery store, but it's still good. I don't think we have like a nice premium butcher nearby. We just go to typical HEB, but they have a really nice. They have really nice cuts there. They've got different kinds of Wagyu. They've got a Kobe. They've got a little bit of everything. What's up? Pick up your first core account? Oh, let me know how you like it, man. Your dad is so hyped to fire up his generator. It's been in the box for like 5 years. Yep. You learn long enough after living in Houston that the minute you hear about weather, like there's possible freeze in a week or possible hurricane in a week, immediately that moment go to the store and load up. If you wait till like 3 or 4 days before the freeze, you're in an hour-long line to buy toilet paper and bottled water. HEB, is it larger than Costco? I don't think HEB is larger than Costco. Because Costco's a national brand and HEB is still a regional brand. I don't think we have HEBs outside. I mean, maybe they're outside of Texas by now, but I thought it was a excellent thing. How many HEB stores? Texas and Mexico. 450 stores. 350 and 359 in Texas. About 100 in Mexico. I didn't know that. 75 in Mexico. I think Costco probably has at least 1,000 stores. Yeah, HEB is just regional. So Costco's probably got a couple thousand. Oh, Costco has 900 stores. About twice as many. But for being a regional brand and serving Texas, that's huge. Texas, I didn't know they served Mexico so heavily. Almost 100 stores. That's crazy. But it does make sense because HEB started in San Antonio, which is a very culturally Mexican city. So it makes sense that the audience for HEB would be a mix of Texas and Mexican. So that would make sense to expand south rather than north. Plus you have American regional grocery stores to compete against. It does make sense. If you crush it in San Antonio, you might as well crush it in Mexico. I didn't know they had 75 stores in Mexico. That's crazy. But HEB is like our version of the mega grocery store that everybody has like their version of it. Some places it's Randall's or Safeway or Albertsons or whatever. HEB is like our big one that overshadowed everyone else. They used to be small like when I was a kid and they got really big. I don't trade gold. No. Do I look part Latino? I'm French. French comes from the same Latin origin as most Latin folks. The same genetics in a way. I'm 100, I would say 90, high 90s% Cajun French. My mom's mom, my dad's mom and dad are all purebred Cajun. My mom's dad was a mix mutt of everything, Scottish, Irish, French, you name it. So I've got like a little bit of that, just English, Irish, Scottish sort of mix. And the rest of me is Cajun. The HEB, the Dallas HEB is much nicer. I would say so. Like the ones in downtown Houston or like spread throughout the city, they're good, but I've seen some better ones traveling to other places. The newer ones are nice. You go to the suburbs, they're really, really nice. But Dallas is like mostly suburb anyway, so I think like the city ones are older here. Somebody here, I think it's Bash, works at the Montrose Market. He's the butcher. All right, are you here today, Bash? I was letting you stop by and say, hey, Bash, do you guys got some steaks? You got some steaks in house? Yo, that would actually be great if he was here today. I can go. Can you pre-brine my steaks? I'll come pick them up in a minute. I don't think a 2-inch thick ribeye is gonna be tender enough. With only a 6-7 hour brine. I need to cut them to 1 inch. Tower 7 VIX is under 0. The QQ is trading nicely up. Okay, so it's not VIX is under 0. You're okay to talk about what you're saying from the videos. VIX futures different than VIX the index. Maybe a quickie lesson on VIX the index. VIX is an index that just tracks some components related to SPX options. Bash, bro. Yo, dude, do you guys have some, y'all have ribeyes or y'all depleted because of the freeze? I might come visit you today. I have an emergency steak situation. I'm supposed to do a steak night tomorrow. And because of the freeze on Saturday, my party from Saturday got bumped to Friday. My steak night from Friday got bumped to Thursday. I need 2 tomahawks. The problem is I don't have but half a day to get them dry brined. It's not that I need the meat, it's I need them brined. That's the thing. You gotta dry 2-inch thick steak, you gotta brine that thing for a night, a whole day. Today's your first day off, you can call your store and see. Alright. Is this an ask if they can like pre-salt the steak for me? Or they don't do that? My biggest fear is they don't come out nice and juicy and flavorful. Got tomahawk, you gotta have a 24-hour dry brine on that thing, at least overnight minimum for a 2-inch thick steak. Used to trade weed for meat with your butcher and you just got fired? that sucks. That's a good trade-off. You're basically trading like plentiful grass for useful meat. Just sous vide it. With this short amount of time, I have to cut them down to like an inch thick. They have dry aged. No, I don't want the dry aged. We're gonna get it brine about noon. So I'm gonna IDOC to run up there and grab them. But we'll have to do is cut them to like an inch, which is a thinner steak. So we'll get 2 2-inch thickers. Cut them to have 4 1-inchers. Which I don't like to do because they get a little, you need to have that nice juicy meat in the middle. Maybe I'll just deal with the 6-hour brine. That's fine. I love dry age is good. Yeah, me too. So, but anyways, back to VIX. Okay. VIX is an index that's tracking SPX options. It is never 0. It's always above 0. And what it represents is basically a fear sort of index of how quickly people are running in to buy last minute options within a 30-day window of the S&P expiration. So it's 30 days out plus or minus 7 days. And if I'm like to rush out and buy some nearer the money puts immediately in that window, VIX will go up, right? If I rush to offset the supply and demand balance of options, VIX responds. It just shows you how sensitive the market is. VIX by itself, not really useful. But VIX futures, which are actually tradable, have some kind of interesting mechanics that you can exploit for some of your trade ideas. As an example, right here, we have a specific number that we look at related to VIX futures. VIX futures are tradable. They have their own supply and demand. While VIX itself is just an index, you can't really trade it. VIX futures are tracking the VIX, and therefore it has its own mechanics, its own options, it has its own everything, futures contracts, all of that. So what we do here is we actually, whenever the futures contracts roll over just like any other contract, you go from one that expired in January to one that's expiring in February. And this exact moment is the rollover date. We take the halfway point between the close and open and it creates a line. So it's not 0 you're talking about. It's this midpoint between 2 contracts around expiration. It's a very key component to understanding how the market will move. It's not if VIX is below 0, it's if VIX is below this line. If VIX is below this line, the market's going to have a hard time being volatile or sensitive to news. It's going to shrug off any news very quickly. If VIX is above this line, then it's going to be sensitive to everything and underpriced the volatility, and any hair trigger will set the market off. Right now, we're in the safe side of VIX. Therefore, pivots are going to be pretty razor sharp without a lot of overshoot. Like pivots are going to be pretty razor sharp without a lot of overshoot. This is where I was longing today, by the way, all in this area. So we use that as a gauge of how sensitive the market is to news. Like yesterday, we had sort of like bad news, and the minute the good news came up, the volatility dried right up and we went straight to flat, right? That's it. That's how we use it. Can I set price alerts and marks to your software? We don't have the ability. No, sir. How does that correlate? So VVIX is the volatility of the VIX. It's another index. So volatility is a great way of saying like how big these V's are when the market like dips and moves. When the SPX is moving, VIX can go up. When VIX itself is choppy, then VVIX can go up. It's a measurement of how choppy the VIX itself is. So VVIX is the sensitivity of the VIX itself. The VIX is a sensitivity of the S&P itself. So when the VIX is sensitive with a high VVIX, then the S&P is double sensitive. How does that mean on a chart? Well, let me give you some examples, right? Let's do 2 examples of VVIX. 100 is kind of that key component where you notice things are crazy. VVIX of 100 and VVIX of 90. Let me show you the difference. When VVIX is 100, when VIX goes up, it's choppier when it moves, okay? When VVIX is lower, VIX moves up less choppy, okay? When VVIX is 100 and VIX is going up choppy, the S&P moves like this. Well, let me show you both of them. Let me show you the less volatile one first. VIX is going up, the S&P is going to drop, bounce, drop, bounce, drop, bounce, okay? Let me draw on top of this with a different color what a VVIX greater than 100 will look like. The S&P is going to drop, bounce, drop, bounce, drop, bounce, like that. The difference is that the red line is sort of straight and the green line is sort of curved. High VVIX can be a rapid deterioration and like a curvature of the fall. The fall actually accelerates rather than just prices lower. It gets bigger and like the VIX becomes volatile itself. So you have like this amplification of your S&P Vs, the waves get bigger and it just curves. There's like curvature to it. So essentially the trajectory of low VVIX versus high VVIX and very high VVIX is like there's like this linear region where the S&P falls. This is like VVIX 100. And I'm not drawing the V's of the S&P, I'm just drawing like the lows. And you can see that when VVIX is like, you know, 110, 120, etc., and get bigger, the market, the S&P just, it like curves lower. And so, you know, when VVIX is below 100, it sort of like moves its way down, but more of like a linear fashion, right? It's like that. It's not overshooting trend lines like a crazy amount. So VVIX starts to induce like curvature, sorry about that, into the market. A beef rancher told all beef is grass-fed. The difference is whether the cattle was finished in a feedlot or feed yard where they eat a high grain diet for 6 months just to fatten them up for slaughter. Oh, that does make sense. The tomahawks right now, maybe at one of those HEB Plus stores. Maybe get them during the weekend. What am I going to do for steak night? Oh, IDOC is going to go to the... Okay, we got 2 HEBs. Thanks for calling for me, bud. Okay. Let's coordinate this. Okay. What kind of sides do I want? What side? I got 10 people coming over today. It's gonna be much bigger than I thought. The next Zoom call for the Pro Plus, the boot camps will start back up maybe middle February. We usually take a month off between them. Yo, Red Candles, what's up, dude? You've started trading live, finally? Congrats, man. Like live in props, or is it your own money? Either way, that's a big step, man. It's really exciting. Any tips? You do great for a week, then watch and burn in one red day. Well, some tips are, especially because I know you're streaming, which makes even more pressure to trade. Don't be afraid to sit out and only take A+ setups for a while till you get into your groove. Make sure you're scaling your risk with your account. Don't like win 2 or 3 or 4 days and then double your size to hit the 5th day. Like stay the same course. If you have a high win rate and you keep your position size constant and the same type of trade and do your couple of trades a day or whatever you're trying to do, you should be pretty consistent to where you find your groove on what works. Is your own money? Oh, nice. Now the pressure gets on with your own money, right? Do you plan on partitioning your account where you can replenish your account whenever you're down, i.e., you put 1/10 of your funds into a trading account and another 90% is off to the side. That way, if you start losing in the account, you can always replenish with your own funds. Do you partition like the way I do it? Or do you have it all in one account? There's 2 different ways you got to trade when you do that. Or trade small and step into risk, yeah. When you trade with your own money, rule number one is you're not trying to make money with it. You're trying to not lose it. So start off as small as you can to where you're not really losing money and your confidence is there, and then slowly get bigger. If you take a big loss and you take a loss, maybe you can step back down and get that comfortable risk. Yeah. I think that's the way to do it, man. Like, it's a different ball game to have a base that stays in there. Like, I would say if the confidence that I have in my own personal real trading accounts is the fact that I have, like, I won't say endless, but a near endless funding source that can replenish at any moment in time. I keep my accounts small enough such that if I were to lose big, I can refund it. So I don't trade my entire net worth that I'm willing to trade. If I have like $300,000 or $400,000, whatever, 250,000 in this account, I've got a couple million on the side that I want to trade with, but I partition it out so that I don't use it. So I'm levering up in the small amount that I have. So it minimizes my loss, and I'm not losing more than a fraction of my entire net lick assigned for trading. It's just that it's in two different places so that I can't touch it while I'm trading this. If I have a big losing day here, it's most of my capital's protected from that, right? If I have a big winning day or I double the account, I can always take some out and put it back into the funds on the side. So that, like, the partitioning part is so helpful for traders that step into new capital, because the hardest thing to do is to work your way up and work your way up and work your way up and have money saved up from props or from whatever, then put it all into a trading account. And then your first circus, you lose it all, and you got to go all the way back and start over and rebuild. That's a lot. But if you have a portion of your money in the account and the rest of it partitioned out, after you have your big loss, trade it like it's that small amount that you have. I'm over leveraging in a small account because I have funds on the side. You don't have to do that. If you have 100K and you put 10K into a personal account, trade it like you have 10K to your name. Trade with a couple minis, maybe a micros, to really work that 10K up, to double it to 20, take the 20, pull it out, you're back to 10. All that money on the side is there in case you blow up to 10, you get like 10 or 15 more chances at your live account. So you start to get that balance, right? That sort of account partitioning trick, I've talked to so many people once they transition to live. It's a godsend on your mental game. Because when you're losing, you'll still feel the burn, like, oh man, I busted the account today. But then then you have it forces you to take a break. And then the next day you're refreshed with a little bit more into the account. And you start to get your feet wet trading your real funds, and you get the psychology of your real funds. But boy, you don't get traumatized when you blow up an account that's only 10% of your net worth that you have assigned to trading. If you lose 100% of your net worth assigned to trading, your head's gonna be in your lap crying. You know what I mean? Partitioning is so important because it protects your assets from dumb trades. A lot of times, if you're like, say you have $1 million in your account and you're like, let me just trade like it's 100K, but I have the other 900 sitting there, and then you buy, and then the market goes against you, and then you're upside down and you're losing more than you normally would. And you tell yourself, the most dangerous thing you can tell yourself, it's okay. I've got plenty of money in the account. I can absorb this loss. So you already now allowed yourself to do something dumb because you have that money there. It'll affect your decision making. It's like, there's plenty of fat. It's probably okay. You wouldn't say that if that money was partitioned elsewhere. You'd be like, damn, I'm down 60% of what I allocated today to this account. That makes sense? Subconscious reset. Yeah. I think the stream froze. It just told me it froze again. Can you guys hear me? Check. Encoder cut out for a second there. Yeah, you're basically funding your account with your daily loss limit and seeing what you can do from there. Right. The partitioning does two things. Number one, it keeps you from being too risky with the money you don't want to trade. You only trade with what's in there. Now you can do what I do, which is I trade what's in there, but I over leverage 3x what I normally do, because I want to grow an account quickly, but I'm keeping a small amount here and a big amount onto the side. Do I want to short from here off of this top? Am I over trading by trying to do something from here? Let's double check something real quick. I don't have any short ideas, but am I feeling like there's a resistance coming up, or should I just kind of stay on the sidelines with what I got? It's looking clean for bull side play. I don't think I'm going to short this. Res is still good. On the positive side, if you have 100K and you double it to 200, then you take that extra 100, and instead of doubling down and trading harder with the bigger money to scale it, take the 100 out and put it on the side. It gives you a whole nother chance to blow up, and you're starting back over from scratch. If you can work 100 to 200 and take 100 out, then work 100 to 200 and take 100 out, then you're replenishing your funds that are safely on the side and building your worth that way while maintaining the same amount of risk in the account that you're trading. And so that trick, I taught a buddy of mine that trick a long time ago, and he's a full-time accountant, but he trades on the side. And he does 5K to 10K, take it out. 5K to 10K, take it out. 5K to 10K, take it out. 5K blow up, put it back in. 5K to 10K, take it out. And he just basically has been growing his trading money that way. And he's really good. He does a lot of options trades now. One of my buddies in real life, and he's a rocket scooter. And so his style is just essentially S&P options and things like that. Is it worth opening your live account with $1,500 and working it with 1 to 2 micros? For $1,500, that's about as heavy as I would go. 1 to 2 micros, yeah. With a 30K margin for NASDAQ and 20K for S&P. 3,000 is about how much for 1 micro. So you're even with 1 micro in NASDAQ, you're kind of over leveraged. 2x to what I would say, but S&P are on par with 1. 2,000 is on par with 1. So like 2 micros max S&P, yeah. Maybe 1 NASDAQ at that level. And so in red, so what that does, dude, is like whenever you have that in your mental game, your emotions are sort of like the whole spectrum of the bell curve is chopped. Like I kind of describe it this way. You have a whole spectrum of emotions you'll feel, from like normal to like panic to like jump off a building, like extreme, right? You have normal to like elated to like, you know, backflips. You're being crazily exuberant, right? So when you do the partitioning, you sort of chop the emotional spectrum to here. You lose 1/10 of your net worth in a single bad day where you actually blew up the account. You're going to feel like partially sad. You're not going to be, you know, drinking a bottle of whiskey in your car, you know, contemplating your next move in life. Like, I've lost everything. You lose that, but you're also not doing backflips in your other side of the room because you're over excited about, you know, 20xing your net lick or putting it all in red and doubling all of your money at once. You have a moderate emotional spectrum when you partition. So your wins are decently sized, your losses are decently sized. The range of emotions are capped, which is why the partitioning trick works. You're never going to cry yourself to sleep blowing up an account that's 5% of your net worth. The feeling of losing the account hurts, but it hurts a whole lot less when there's money on the side and it forces you to take a day off to rest. Also, taking the money out when you double prevents you from doubling your risk and losing it all just as fast. It forces you to take a step back and reframe your risk around your initial size. Now it keeps your risk in check. A lot of free rooters would disagree. Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. 100%. There's a lot of people that you will see that are gambling addicts. You will see very few people. I might be the only one on YouTube that treats trading like a business. Now, with that being said, let me vouch for myself a little bit. I have exponentially grown my net worth year over year over year. It's not just making a little bit every year. I'm making double what I made the year before. 2025, I made like 8x what I did over 2024. 2026, I'm slated for 20x net worth. It's exponentially growing at this time of what I made over the year before. How I do that is I'm scaling horizontally or in parallel beyond trading. Well, maybe 2027. The businesses I'm building this year are going to actually cost me, so I might actually not profit till next year. Anyways, I'm building 3 businesses this year. One of them is a new website. 2 of them are franchise business. One of them open multiple locations. Another one opening 1. And then all that money hopefully starts to build more money going forward. But again, treating trading like a business is how I was able to scale that. Making sure you don't lose what you have is the key to that. Trying to grow net worth out of trading is probably the dumbest decision anybody can make. Trading should just feel more trading. Trading shouldn't feel a lifestyle until you get past a certain threshold where that machine that you've made, make some, take it out, make some, take it out, make some, take it out. You got plenty on the side. They can take a chunk of that, buy something that grows steady income. Take that, put it in, buy 2 things that grow steady income. Take that, buy 5 things that grow steady income. It's business expense, so you write it all off on your taxes, and then there you go. So the goal is that a lot of people just think like trading's the end all be all. Like, I'm going to become rich as a trader. Yeah, I'll become rich as a trader, but you won't become wealthy as a trader. There's a difference there. You want to become a millionaire? Day trading will get you there pretty quick if you're good. You want to be worth 10 million, 20 million, day trading. And mechanically, it gets weird at that level. It gets hard. It's hard to move $1 million trades in futures. It gets harder to make those kind of moves psychologically as well as mechanically. There's kind of a ceiling to how much you want to invest futures trading. And also, you don't want to be like one choppy NASDAQ or Trump tweet away from your net worth dropping 60% in a single moment. Scaling outside of trading becomes your next step beyond success in trading. Like, imagine that you made $100,000, right? And then you took that and you invested in some partnership that returns you $20,000 profit a year, right? You made your money back in 5 years. The next 50 years, you made $20K a year every year forever. Then after 5 years, you had $100K, do it again. Now you're making $40K a year after 5 years. Now $20K is a lot, not a lot to make out of $100K. This is an example. Each amount of years, you add another, then the time gets shorter, you add another, time gets shorter. Then every year you're making $1 million. You do that enough. Like a good margin, cash business, something that's got good margins, low downside risk. That's the scalability. So I try to use trading to fuel other things. The best way to make 1 million cryptos is to start with 10. Trading can be very profitable if you're good, but you have to be really, really good at trading to be profitable over time. Even the people that are profitable over time get smarter because they know how quickly it vaporizes. They always diversify with other stuff. You need a safety net. You always need a secondary source of income. Rips had this really good reel that he made, or a YouTube short. I talked about this. It's like, trading should never be your main gig. It should always be something you do with backup income on the side. It's just smart to do that. Psychologically, it's better. I perform better than most of you guys because I have an income coming in from the side. My mental game is not as disrupted by losses because I'm solid elsewhere. You take a big loss, you're thinking about your rent. I take a big loss, I'm not. Our mental games are different. So Rips' short, I find it was really good. It was basically talking about that. You have to have you have to have a job, you have to have a business, you have to have something that gives you that cushion so that you're not wrecked mentally, as this is your only hope of making money. Yeah. The biggest life-threatening drawdown of trading at that level is watery eyes. Dry eyes or watery eyes becomes the problem. You might go blind when you go trading. Anyways, we kind of digressed off this topic, but the topic really is when you're starting trading through real income, the one thing you want to do is keep your emotions in check. So I always put a smaller amount to start and have a specific goal. Like even on your stream, hey, I have 5K. I'm gonna try to double it. Or if I blow up, I'll put 5K back in and I got 100K on the side. You set a clear goal, hit your target, take your thing. That helps out. What is Rips' main business? I don't know what else he does on the side other than he's a professional poker player, and all these big traders, dude, they all got side hustles, man. They all put their money elsewhere. Brian, Pat, Rips, they all got all kind of things they do and own. You don't know what they all are. I know Pat bought his girlfriend like 5 or 6 Pilates studios. Something like that. Like, being smart like that is what you'll do at that level. Once you start having like $1 million or 2 sitting on the side, and then you start to hear of opportunities like, hey, you know, 45% margins for $200,000 investment, you know, you can get a 600K EBITDA. And you're like, oh, well, 40% margins on that. Okay. Can make my return back in 18 months. Okay. All right. And then you start to say, okay, that's just a paycheck. I don't have to do any work. Just sit there and money comes in and money comes in and money comes in. Okay. That's pretty good security for when you're trading, right? The first thing I'm going to do here is the boot camp. Yeah. You have your side business and work the hedge. That's really what you have to do in your trade. You can't just put all your eggs in one basket. Psychologically, it'll wreck you. Your bills are dependent on your trading success. It becomes hard. And a lot of these prop kids are like that in that boat. Their trading success 100% is funneling whatever life they want. We don't. I don't highly recommend it. Being as far into the game as I am, What's going on with Top Step? Is it still shitty? Curious if things have changed there. All right, so I'm not making any more trades from here. I'm just chilling on this, waiting to see what happens next. What's up, guys? What are y'all up to today? Yeah. Denmark on PM agreement, then we can discuss agreement defense. So it has to be a sovereign state. We're talking about war with Greenland. All right. Make any kind of trades from here. What do I want to do from here? Keep long in this or what? Hey, can you... Where are you going right now? Can you add stakes to your list? I know. Okay, if there's no tomahawk, then you gotta buy fillets. I gotta go. My fun and TV. FaceTime me if you don't mind when you get there. And let me see what they get. Get the broccoli rice. Steak fries. That one's. The big fat, you know how big steak fries? Yeah. Okay. Get a whole tenderloin? Yeah, that might. I was like, let's just do pizza from scratch. He's like, nah, they're expecting steaks. Okay, they're bougie friends. Alright, like another stab down the long. Maybe? Yeah. Like, I'm kind of feeling it. I don't know though. Like, I have this feeling that we're gonna turn around. I don't know. Although resilience is not showing it. I'm not gonna short it, but see you guys on My Funded TV. Everybody click that link below. I'll be live on My Funded Futures. As always, they do giveaways on that stream, so you guys make sure to tune in. And I'll be back live for the afternoon stream, full length. No cutting short today.
7:15 a.m. It will be Friday, so we'll be playing it in the week since we are green.
What's up, friends? We're back. What up, friends? All right. How that's gonna play out? Am I selling and bringing the market lower? Nah, I'm just eating my lunch, typing about taxes. I gotta do my once every week engagement post. You guys know the drill. Our social media marketing team requires it. Talk about something stimulating to get people to talk. The strategy of doing business online. I'm eating my breakfast finally. Actually, I need more water. I'll be right back. I leave for like 1 second there. The mic is finally moving. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Afternoon stream kicking off. Welcome back, guys. Oh, sorry, I can't even see my screen. My bad. Ooh, okay. A little bit of run here. Let's see if we can pull back a little bit. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's get some pullback here. Take profit probably at the 637 level is what I'm looking for today. Oh, the rest of the accounts. I'm sorry. I haven't. Sorry, I had that off screen. I haven't touched the other accounts. This is the only one I've been trading on. That's it. Nothing else here. Hold on. I gotta get the stake situation going on here. I don't know what she's doing, dude. I told her to FaceTime. Oh my god. I don't think steak night's gonna happen. She was like, supposed to FaceTime me so I can see what they have. It's like they don't have it. I hate this. Like, I don't think I'm able to do a steak night without brine in the steak. You can't have a good steak without brine in it. I don't have enough time now. Do we grocery store or meat market? A little, where we live now, there isn't really a good meat market nearby. They can just butcher yourself, but HEB has some pretty thick ones. Probably about 1.5 inches, I think, is about the size they normally are. All right. What's happening here on this one? We got to make a decision. Are we going down or are we going up? I was selling off a little bit with some negative res, but it looks like we dipped and tried to rally off of this. How's the rest of the day going to play out? Up or down, you guys think? What do we think? Up or down? Maybe up. Looks like it's trying to go up. That was nice to see at least some kind of movement there to the downside, but ain't really playing ball now. Are we up or down from here? I'm still sticking to the down case. I don't know. That's just me though. How are we rolling from here? I still feel that yellow line rejection is gonna become a big deal to close. Well, looks like steak night's gonna be canceled. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get steaks now. Boo. Yeah, Arb is still positive, which is showing that some upward blast potential there, but I don't know. I have this suspicion that we're not like really rallying from here. I should just cancel the stream and go find my steaks myself. I don't think I can count on her to pick them up because she's saying she ain't gonna be able to get there till 2:30. They're gonna even have dog food left by freaking 2:30. Oh yeah, man. This freeze is gonna be draining the grocery stores of pretty much everything. I cannot find steaks in Texas. The freeze, dude, that's happening on Saturday. People are buying everything. The grocery store depletes because people go in a mad frenzy. They stock up on meat. They stock up on everything. When the power goes out, all you have is fire. So you gotta live off of meat. So people load up on like steaks and everything. Patty some hamburgers around some dog bones, yeah. Kind of disappointed because I told her I mean, y'all came in here. She came in and was like, yeah, I'll get it by 12:30. Now she's like 2:30. I should have just gone and got it myself this morning. Ain't no way, even if we get lucky to find steaks, there's no way to put a dry brine on a ribeye for like 5 hours. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to do it. I'll have to cancel it. Great steak famine of Houston 2026. Damn it. I swear she said 12:30. I was like, okay, that's the latest. I'm like, okay, maybe a 6-7 hour dry brine might be good enough. You gotta let a big thick steak sit like all night. This freeze has turned into a huge shit show. one of my boys can't make it on Friday. I have to move everything around. Come on, we got yellow line rejection soft today, or is this just the start of a big old rally to the top? Up, down, up, down, up, down, up. All right, let's see how this plays out. This is basically flat-ish for the day on the million challenge account. Putting a spot on for 64 700 short. The 25 700 level was obviously like a key level for the longest time. I'm gonna show it to you guys. You guys remember this one? It was like support resistance, support resistance, support resistance. We were flip-flopping on this level so much. It was like the resistance all through that December craziness. And resistance, 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 then bouncing off it, bouncing off it, bouncing off it. I'm curious what QQQ strike that is. That's like the 622 level-ish. Yeah, this like 710 level. I have no evidence it's gonna fall. This is more just like taking a bet. SB could very well take its long-term gap fill and then finish up the day there. A 1,000 likes have been reached. Oh my god. Y'all want some Tradeify accounts? Y'all, did we do it? Oh, y'all are gonna make me go broke, chat. Giving you all these free accounts. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do? 1,000 likes? That's the way to do it. Thank you, whoever logged in with all their bot accounts to do it. See, That's what I like to see. Now, we're gonna have to make sure this is done in the mornings, though. Y'all been busy doing the work. My friends, let's go. All right. As promised, 3 Tradeify straight to funded accounts. Let's knock them out. Let's do them while the going is hot. Let's celebrate. Let's do it now. Let's see what size accounts y'all want to do. Some 50K straight to funded accounts. How about those? Direct to funded. 3 of you guys will become funded immediately. This is the love I've got for y'all. Wow, 3 of you guys will be funded immediately. Let's go. How happy to be an immediately funded trading round, win a $500 prize. Speaking of Tradeify, currently got a 30% off. This giveaway sponsored by Tradeify, one of our partners here. 40% off the select and growth plans going on right now using code RocketScooter. Remember, the more you use code RocketScooter out there, the more we can leverage our growing power in the space to ask them for more giveaway accounts. Right now, we're sitting on top of 700 to 1,000 giveaway accounts every single month to give away. Every month that goes by, we ask them for more and more and more and more and more. So the more you use our code, the more we walk up to these folks and say like, hey, give us some more. Works. I just renegotiated for another long-term 6-month deal with Funded Next. The big Pirates booty batch of accounts to give away too. So you guys love these ones. Tradeify straight to funded. Type it in. Type it in. 3 of these bad boys. How about that? It cost me $1,500. I just love spending money. That's the thing. Love going out there and buying a ton of these things and having them. Y'all are gonna run me dry because once I run out, I still got to give you the 3 every time, right? It's gonna start costing me some money. There's no E in Tradeify. Is there? Do I spell it wrong? Yes, there is. Trade, Tradeify. Oh, he's trying to chop you guys up so y'all don't enter the contest. There's definitely an E in Tradeify. Smart move. Smart move. Everybody spell it. Tradeify. If everybody wants steaks and they don't got steaks, what can I make? You gotta have some kind of steak somewhere. It might have to degrade our experience down to a New York strip or something. Which ain't so bad. Maybe I'll buy like a whole tenderloin, just cut it up myself and give Ray some filet mignon. Mignon. That might work. Been sitting here at the 250K mark for like a week and a half. I got closer to 300, but then I pulled back some of those crappy job days we had. Type in Tradeify in chat. Oh yeah, I can't see the ARB. Still positive, still good. Let's put this down here at the bottom. I don't think we're gonna be able to have steak night tonight. Hold on. Get some great Texas barbecue ribs. The problem is that a steak can cook quickly. You can cook a steak in 30 minutes or less total prep time. Problem is ribs can take a while unless I do pressure cooker ribs instead of, and then finish them off on the grill. You ever do prep, but oh, you know, you can't finish them off on the grill. Kind of sear them first and then pressure. Have you ever pressure cook ribs before? Oh, that's the money right there. fall off the bone, dude. They are the best pressure cooker. But you can't sear them after that. There's no substance left to just turn to mush. You can sear them first and throw them in the pressure cooker. Get a good grill on a rib. I don't like the meat's so thin. I hate to grill them straight up. Smoking them is good. Crock pot, but never pressure cooked. Oh, pressure cook is pretty good. Like when you lift the bone out, the meat just plops right off of it. Plop is a good description. It doesn't even fall off the bone. It literally plops off the bone. It's so tender. Okay. You ready from Tradeify straight to Fundeds? All right. Feels like it kind of wants to move up or down real quick. It could be, right? Somebody said we'll see the real hand of the market in just a little bit as we wrap into the last hour of the day. I mean, I'd like to see the last hour of the day just a lower low. Let me talk to her real quick about the meat situation. I'm on the phone, guys. Sorry. All right, I'm on a roll. Sorry, we're planning our steak night here. Y'all heard me still? You heard me go, "Oh, you get to do the steak." She's like, they don't have tomahawks. They just have bone and ribeye. I'm like, practically the same thing. Prices averted. We don't need the full, you know, we don't need like the full uncut bone for presentation. We're not like a restaurant. I was like, okay, she's like, they don't have tomahawks. I'm like, oh no. Like, but they have bone and ribeye. I'm like, I was like, same thing. We're still good. Tomahawk is just the description of the bone and ribeye cut thicker, and the bone is like left like a battle axe. You know, the bone and ribeye, they just clip it, cut it short. I'm one of the few people that feels good about giving away stuff. I know, right? All right, so we're gonna type in this Tradeify thing. Straight to funded friends. This calls for some good tunes though. That's a good tune, however, get a giveaway song. Not that one. Wait, I put that one there twice. Good song, but not that one. What is this one? I don't know what this one is. All right, this is gonna be 3 Tradeify straight to funded accounts. You must qualify for them. You must be in a country that Tradeify can trade in, etc. Your name is drawn. You're now a funded trader with Tradeify. Immediately funded. 3 of you will win funded accounts. If you come to the stream every day, get 1,000 likes to give away 3 funded accounts of Tradeify. They're $500 a piece. Lingu FX. All you have to do is type Tradeify in chat to enter. Don't forget, keep using Rockseater code. Everyone else out there, use their code. You're paying some furus $3,000 apartment rent, okay? Use our code. I walk up to these guys and I tell them, we have some more accounts to give away. It benefits you guys a little bit more. Congratulations, Lingo. Come on. Where 1959?
Trading's a storm, a sea of doubt, but this team will pull you out. No more fear, no regret.
Congratulations. Where 1959? No, not a bad account. Where is definitely no, the guy, you guys, the YouTube at names makes everybody look like a bot account. Where is definitely a long-term member of the community. Although they all like, it's always something 1950 22. Yeah, these aren't everybody's usernames. This is the name you chose for your YouTube channel. Georgina. Tradegy. I like that name, Tradegy. How about this? If you guys stay around till the end of the day, I promise you 1 extra giveaway by the end of the day. How's that sound? By the end of the day, I'll throw you guys some Lucid accounts too. We'll keep going with this trend. Still stick around, sub to the channel. Don't forget, we do more giveaways here than pretty much any other stream. My last account I'm working on right now. Trading my personal account here. Congratulations to 3 of you guys. Congrats. All right. The 3 winners. The way it's going to work. Okay. Giveaway over. We'll do something else in a little bit, though. Let's finish up the training day. Love you guys. All right. Winners. Go to my Discord. Everybody go to my Discord, actually. Link in the description below the video. In that... In that Discord, there's a channel called Contest. Go to that channel, look up an admin named Slack, send him a message with a screenshot of your YouTube ID from inside your account. That way we know that it's you. My broker for my personal is NinjaTrader for this one. Also have an AMP account, an EdgeClear account, and those also for different purposes. But this is the one for the stream is the NinjaTrader account. Those are my other big money accounts that I'll YOLO trades with and stuff. Also, when you see me pick up my phone, most of the time I'm trading from those accounts. I don't talk about those on my stream though. I'll do a little bit of my Am I in a short? Yes, I am. 10 contracts NASDAQ. Okay. Anyways, Slacks will hook you up with your account. You'd have an account with Trade File already. We'll give you instructions on how to claim it. And you guys will have an hour to send them a message with all those instructions to get your prize. Thank you guys for being here. We love y'all. We'll do one more by the end of the day. What the heck? Oh. A weird Twitter notification about something. Twitter space or something. It looked kind of weird. Will I start my all-day stream? So I'm streaming in the morning. Then I have my fun to TV. And the afternoon's going to start with this. Another streamer is going to take over my slot here on this channel in the afternoon. And we might, like, I might pop in and out of that, but mostly it's the free on my afternoon because I've got so many projects I got to work on. Number one is the prop website. That's the biggest thing we're building right now, and it's got like a lot of our attention. And of course, Rocket Scooter needs all my attention as well for the newest updates and the backtest stuff. So the new streamer is gonna stream in the afternoon, and then we'll have a pause, and then we'll have somebody streaming the Asian session. You're wondering when or if you'll trade some more prop accounts? Yeah, so John, I'm trading, I'm finishing up Funded Next, which is here, and I'm about to go live with Funded Next. So my job is like, or my goal is to go live in every prop firm just to prove that I'm really good at it and I can do it. Let's just show off. I don't really care to go live or to win the live account or trade the live account. I just want to earn it just to show that I can do it by not copy trading. So I trade every account individually, and I only trade one, at most two prop firms at a time. So because I'm about to finish up Funded Next, I started working with TPT. So at the bottom are TPT accounts that I'm working on, and then these are Funded Next accounts up here. Right, short when ARB is positive? Right. So the question becomes, I am against the trend here. I just have a weird feeling that because it's all news-driven market that I don't really have a bigger downside play. I kind of am just trying to bet that ARB goes negative because it's been so sensitive on the edge. There's just a couple of stocks, AVGO and some others, and Amazon, Google, that are flipping up and down half gap. So basically based on the polarity of what Google's doing. And ARB is only moving because of Google, and I've been watching it. So basically it's so sensitive to Google being on the edge there. It can go either direction. ARB is very positive now because Google has this massive upside potential to finish the day. I'm just betting that nothing else is on the edge and that Google is causing this to flip-flop. That's what it is, how sensitive it is to the fact that we're on half gap with Google. And I'm using that to sort of micromanage my decision on this. Right, technically speaking, I shouldn't be shorting. But another thing is we have a key resistance pivot at the 64 level S&P. So proxy trade on the NASDAQ to go with that. I wouldn't bet on a longer term sell-off, but I would bet that we do close maybe here, like somewhere in there. As long as Res and ARB are positive, then I'm not going to take it for long. If I get one little dump, then I'll be happy with that. But you're right, yeah. We leave for the Asia session? Yeah, oh, that's a note I need to leave. I had the discussion with the night streamer about it. We need to reset the futures conversion to clear the previous day's liquidity map. Yeah, good call. I need to make that note to leave. So essentially at 5 Eastern, we wipe the futures conversion clean to add new DD bands. So I'm making a note to leave these on until 8:30 in the morning the next day. Smart. Yeah, good question. So we're going to leave that on the screen for you guys. Yeah, so essentially I am shorting against ARB, right? It's showing me there is upward potential, but the only thing that's making it move is pretty much mostly Google. That's where most of the power is coming from. And it does show that NASDAQ has that upward potential still, which is why it keeps popping every time it dips. And so I keep going up and down 3,000 bucks. Yeah. General doesn't, but it's 20, 40 point pullbacks. Yeah, it's kind of what it's been doing, right? It's been snapping around 40 points up and down. Do people use their indicators for large cap instead of futures? Yeah, absolutely. Like for liquidity maps for the big cap stocks are really strong, just like they are with the futures. They do the same sort of thing like NVIDIA. You can see that below this blue line, there is no arrows, no setup, and NVIDIA is just hovering and going nowhere. Let's just pop up someone's AVGO. When you lose monthly hedge pressure, it's some really strong downside move. And when you lose monthly hedge pressure, it's a really strong downside move. High volume pivots on the edge the same way. Same sort of sense. Apple is in like a liquidity pocket, which is sort of, or illiquidity pocket, which is sort of balanced here. Sorry, liquidity pocket. Just pulling up some randos. Meta was a liquidity pocket that broke into a BLU or BLD, sorry. And BLD has pressure, long bounce pressure off of blue with high volume pivot as you pass through it. So just like with the futures, allows you to see those same pivots in action. See, there's your volume spike on hedge pressure and your bull zone bottom, just like you would see with futures. Yeah, so it's pretty good. And a lot of what actually makes our stuff really good for stocks is the monthly map. That's kind of the bigger sort of power there, is being able to see like what's the real sentiment on some of these. Why do I have a tool there? All right. So like an example is like NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA has liquidation and volatility. NVIDIA does not show bullish structure on the month scale, right? So NVIDIA is going to be weak going into finishing up the month here. Finally, we got some sell off here. All right, let's go 4K up. Get a little lower on this one. What's the midpoint of this range here? Just gonna see where that middle area is. 632. I hate to be in a short trade for this long too, against greater judgment of these indicators, right? This is my P&L on my fund index. This is my P&L on my TPT. As soon as I finish up with fund index and go live with them, I'm going to immediately switch to TPT. Focus on one firm at a time just to keep it going. You know, I'm only doing it for funsies here. dip, going to dip, going to dip. I want to see the resilience number below 0. That's what I'm betting on, that some of the stocks will take a little bit of a nosedive. And I'm watching the major, the Mag 8 here. So I got these guys listed on here. Finally, half gap cross downs. Google and Google are really the only two that are flipping on half gap there. So resilience is essentially seated on the fact that Google is around the edge. I probably should take this profit, but I'm gonna have balls of diamond today, and let's just hold it for more. I don't really have any confluences that tell me the market's going down. I'm just betting that the confluences flip. I'm trying to get ahead of the indicators because I don't believe in the greater bull market leading into earnings. I feel like it does want to sell, so I'll sell this at 10K profits. This is a real account right now, 250,000 real dollars in it. I'm up 150K since Christmas, and trying to take this to $1 million. You guys can watch on stream. Maybe take it to $1 million live on stream. Y'all can watch it, full transparency. On the screen, you see the account balance, the exposed position in real time. You see the P&L for the current trade and the active to total P&L for the day, and the account number to verify it's a real account. So you have seen this account never traded off screen one single time. It's been on stream since the moment I've been here, through the ups, through the downs, through the funding, through whatever. Trim at 10K profit and let it ride. I think at 632 is about where I'm willing to take some profit on if we get there. That'll be about 12K profit. I could probably let 2 or 3 contracts, right? I hate being in shorts for a long period of time against the confluences though. But yeah, maybe like a two runner. Leading the world's first leading indicator. Doesn't get more meta than that, right? Again, I don't trust that the market's going to sell off really hard, but when I'm looking at the state of things, it's interesting. It's also, you know, worth noting that we're still learning about how to deal with this one. Important stake-related decisions, guys. Hold on. Yeah, you can't even get into the grocery store. It gets so crazy. I told her. She didn't believe me. Told her. Told her it's gonna be nuts. She's like, I can't find parking. I'm like, you know, I mean, it's not like you haven't lived in Houston when there's hurricanes and crazy frenzy of people. That's how it's going to be. Oops. All right, baby, we making some money today. Anybody here first day on the channel? Feel free to say, hey, introduce yourselves. We have a huge community. We're probably the largest futures trading Discord there is behind a paywall. It's not really Discord's behind a paywall. Like, user base of Rocket Scooter gets access to Discord. But community members, like, our Discord's really healthy and strong. 10,000 plus active people. 100,000 customer accounts for Rocket Scooter. Big community. If you guys first time here, Feel free to introduce yourselves and ask questions. A ton of people here use the software. They understand more than I do. What is somebody saying? I come back in the morning with large amounts of profit. Well, I don't stream all the time. I mean, I'm saying is like during the session, I don't stream. I don't. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. I don't have a camera on me 24/7, but I do trade overnight too. You get like fucking idiots in here sometimes. From 8:30 in the morning until 3 o'clock, I don't secretly trade this off screen and bring it on screen. Yes, I don't have a camera on me 24/7, like when I'm taking a shit or whacking off. No, I don't have the camera on at that time. But yeah. That's not true. You keep coming back tomorrow and huge amount of profit because I fucking crush it overnight too, baby. I'm good in the morning at night. I'm good all the time. You need a shitter cam? Do you want an above view or a side view? Like, until I go full Truman Show, you guys want to watch me take a doo-doo in the evenings? That's full transparency. I have all these gurus say full transparency. But if I can't see, if you're using paper or bidet, you're getting full, that's not fully transparent. It's all in the bowl, baby. You want to see me smoke a bowl on the bowl? Actually, I don't smoke anymore. Eat a gummy while I take a dumpy. I mean, a 24/7 kick stream. Oh my gosh. So I can send, if I stream 24/7, I'm gonna have one of those things where you guys send me food. You know what I'm talking about? Like tip your streamer with food. Send them a DoorDash or something. Y'all better be sending me like some Chipotle or something. Why don't I trade stocks? This is a great question. Day trading stocks is a pretty hard thing to do relative to trading indices. Indices are a million times easier because the indices are tracking a basket of stocks. You have certain opportunities like arbitrage that are there that you can exploit. And futures have mechanical structure that you can exploit that stocks don't have. Stocks purely move on supply and demand of that company. And you're basically just guessing if other people want this stock or not. With the futures, you don't have to guess. The indicators will tell you if people want the stock or not. Or people want the futures or not because you're watching the stocks before you watch the futures. Stocks also, because their equities are taxed higher than futures are. So the reason I don't day trade stocks is because of that. And the reason I don't invest in stocks is because I invest in other things that pull more than the 10% a year you might get on a stock, depending on which stock you pick, maybe a little bit more. So stock trading is, you can't really leverage up that much like you can with options. So the equities world, my bets on equities are options. I still gamble heavily and leveraged with options rather than the individual stocks themselves. If I want to go like long on Nvidia into earnings or something, I'll buy the options, or you know, off earnings or whatever. You're taxed at your income level, right? So short-term capital gains are taxed as just income that you make after whatever you have. It's just piled on top of it. So you're kind of paying like your max 37% tax on whatever your gains are. In futures, you know, you're going to be in the 20s somethings tax because of the 60-40 rule. It's all 1256 income. So futures being taxed better. Any day trading activity for a day trader trying to scalp a living, it's kind of like saying if you had a restaurant and your expenses were $100,000 and your profit was $150, right? But you ended up paying, you know, 20% extra on taxes or something. So you only made 30K instead of 50K. But if the difference was like 15% of taxes, your margins went way up. So profit margins, if you may, on your investment go way up because of the difference in the tax rates between futures and stocks on short-term trades. Depending on where you lie out in that 60-40 rule based on your income, you're a difference of 10 to 15% tax liability. Plus, you don't need 25K the day trade stuck in your account, which, you know, might be a problem for some traders. They've been talking about moving that down to 2K. I don't know if that's a thing yet because I don't pay attention to the stock market. But FINRA dropping the leverage requirements are a thing that people have been chatting about. You know, the pattern day trading thing. So those are the two major reasons not to trade stocks, apart from them just being harder. That's really the main reason. Do people want to buy Apple? I have no idea. But people want to sell the S&P? I have a pretty good idea. Why? Well, because I can see people selling Apple or Google. Therefore, the S&P is probably going to go down with it. I was leading the world's best leading indicator, right? Taking a bet on Google flopping through the middle there. And I think Google, bad boy that you are, crossing down half gap, you naughty minx. Bringing us lower. Give it to me, Google. Will this stay green? All the accounts is kind of nice. I haven't been trading any of the other stuff here. This is all just this one account. Technically speaking, I should take some profit on this. So let's do something fun. Let's sneak out of 4 of those. On the next dip, let's sneak out of 4 more. Or 2 more, 3 more. And let 3 ride to the bottom. I'll take my 40 points in NASDAQ, and then just if this crashes out, I'll let 3 ride the rest of the way. Hey, your grandma watches this stream? My bad. My bad. I'll try to speak a little less raunchy. But yeah, choosing if people are going to buy or sell a stock is 100% random guessing. I feel like there's no edge you'll have with stock trading. And trying to use charting on stocks, I feel like is even worse than using charting on futures. At least futures have their own protocol to track the stocks they're tracking. Damn, I closed that shit 20 seconds too early. Look at me being like a total wuss when it comes to this. Woulda, woulda, shoulda, right? Here's the halfway point. All right, let's take it. Whatever. That's what I wanted to get. That's a day, folks. Wrapping that one up. Universe hates me today. The heck? I'm literally need to get out of this 250 range. I need to get this account to 3 and 4 so I can really get some momentum going here. I've just been inching around this 250. Well, looks like my intuition was right. And then I closed because Darb popped back up and get Google flip-flop in there. I think that was a pretty solid trade. I don't think there's anything else coming out of this one. I wouldn't try to guess further, but winning all the stuff. Whatever this is, I don't know, add it up. Pretty small day today. 25, 26 day. Across the accounts. You come with 50 cents of the SPY gap and don't fill? Yeah. For like 2 weeks. Some of y'all have been there for years. LOL. I think that like, well, I'm kind of, because I got close to 300 and then I took a little bit off the top. Just like a couple of down days. And I've just been hovering at the 250 ever since. For a week. Up, down, up, down. It's barely inching forward. Since I don't copy trade, Rohan asks, what's up, man? What would be the best way to increase capital and make the most of prop firms? Increase capital, you mean like buying more props? Honestly, the best way to do it is, if y'all want to know, again, the top secret strategy to get funded as fast as you can in prop firms is wait for 80-90% off sale and brute force martingale yourself to fund it in the first day. It's the best way to do it. You wait for a day where the market's sort of ranged or choppy, and then you just buy accounts for 20 bucks a pop. Right? Accounts like Apex where they're dirt cheap. They're super cheap to fail. You know, long here with some of them. Long here with some of them. long here with some of them, and then at the cost of like $2,000 or $3,000, you get funded in 20 accounts, and then only one of them needs to make a payout for you to break even. This is the trick these influencers have been doing since the beginning of time. They only do it when the accounts are dirt cheap, because you don't have to really try to trade them and let the randomness of the market get you. You're taking the statistics of the fact that the market just doesn't fall straight down and stay there. It bounces all over the place. So they call it the brute force martingale technique. The most advantage of non-copy trading is you just go in, go in, and go in, and go in, and some batch of that is going to go funded very quickly. And since they're dirt cheap to fail, there's no cost to lose. And that's the preferred strategy, because if you actually try to just straight up day trade them, you won't get 20 funded accounts before the sale is over, because you're trying to work the market and you might lose half the time anyways. So the brute force strategy is something people do to go funded. And then when they go funded, they trade them seriously, but they stock up on the funded accounts when they're cheap. That's the way the non-copy trade exploit the system. It's just the math of how it works on. I got to talk to iDoc. She stuck her tongue out at me. She was like, that's why I was like, ah. FaceTime me, show me the steak. They had bone-in ribeyes. They had boneless ribeyes. I just got to get some boneless. I didn't prime. When did the prices of meat drop? I have not seen prime, or maybe ribeye. It's different. Prime ribeye was $24 a pound, and the bone-in was $22 a pound. That seems cheap to me, but maybe I'm just thinking prime fillet, because prime fillet is closer to $30 a pound. Maybe that is a normal price. Solid ton action. I gave her the Gene Simmons, you know. Detroit, Rock City. It's 20. I guess it's pretty. I haven't paid attention, but I guess I was thinking that's a lot cheaper than I thought. I thought at least prime ribeye boneless was at least 25, but it was 24. So maybe inflation ain't hitting the steaks now, so it's pretty good. Ethan, that's probably true, right? Love that song. The movie was pretty good. They had a movie about that too. Detroit Rock City, where the kid from Terminator, what's his face, was trying to get tickets to go to the Kiss concert. Been uptight on a Saturday night. Boom, boom, boom. Ding, ding. 9 o'clock. The radio's only light. Edward Furlong. Oh yeah, Edward Furlong. Also, right at the beginning of steak season in Texas. Oh, this is true. This is true. They had an abundance of ribeye. They didn't have They were out of the Wagyu, but I'm not a big fan of Wagyu. It's too much marbling. I'm not gonna lie. I know people like marbled steak and fatty steak. I don't. I like a perfect balance. I honestly like the meat with a little bit of fat. The fat is where all the flavor comes from. I know. But too much fat and it's not a steak anymore. Whenever I go get Wagyu at a sushi place and they cut the Wagyu into little strips and you put it on the rock thing and cook it, I actually hate that whole experience. It's very rare that I find Wagyu that I like, because once you cook it and those muscle fibers tighten up on that hot rock, it just turns into like a chewy mess. It's like gooey on one side and chewy on the other. It's a very unpleasant texture to me. I don't know what it is. You really need your medium rare or rare steak for that fat just to be like, just, you know, very, very, very like just melt in your mouth sort of thing. I was born to loving you, baby. You were born to loving me. Probably some Kiss on the stream. That'd be kind of fun. I think I'm done trading for the day, you guys. I don't have any more plans for me. I think I took that short back to the middle. I think that was a pretty smart play. Again, I saw ARB flip-flopping. I watched all the stocks. They weren't going anywhere. Google was flip-flopping. So it seemed like a reset was in play. I still feel the greater sell-off, the greater, let's not say sell-off. The greater downtrend, if you may, which is just where we've been since October. The stock market is just drifting slightly lower until earnings. I really think, oh shoot, I got a meeting. Oh crap. Hold on, let me let these guys know I'm late. Crap. Shoot, hold on, send a message. I had a meeting at 2. Let me message him real quick. Oh, go. Committee 3. Okay, shoot. That is my bad. Dude, man, I got this pitch from some I get this pitch from some Bitcoin exchange, dude. And they message me and I say no thanks, and they message me a week later and I say no thanks. They message me a week later, I say no thanks. And I had a human get on there and I was like, no thanks. And they're like, well, why not? And I was like, because I don't support Bitcoin and I'm not interested in it, and I probably never will be interested in it. Besides Bitcoin, I'm just like, no thanks. Please, you know, good luck, but not interested. And then 2 days later, I get a spam message from them again. Dude, like, hands off. Get your dirty hands out of my inbox, people. They're very pushy. Like, a lot of these folks out there. They're wanting to, like, I mean, you know, they're like, we want to pay you to market us. And I'm just like, you like when your steak bleeds a little? Got a caveman in the room. I know, I like the steak. I like different steaks. I like at different temperatures. I'm very, like, snotty bougie about it. I know it's the manly or cool thing to like your steak as bloody and raw as possible, but I'll tell you, the flavor and umami of the meat comes out. Different types of meat, different temperatures, depends. A ribeye, when it's a little fat heavy, you cannot over render that fat or the steak becomes dry and tough. Ribeyes, the fattier the meat, the more tender or the less temp you need on it, right? When it comes to a filet mignon, like a tenderloin or something that has like no fat, like you go up to like the chain like on sirloin, medium well. And I know that sounds a little weird, but because there's no fat, the meat has a weird gummy texture. So if you cook it further, then you bring out the umami of the sirloin. If I got a tenderloin, I gotta do it medium. So I actually I like every steak different. Everybody's like medium rare, medium rare for all things. I'll challenge you. May sound a little different. You get yourself a sirloin, you make it medium well, it will taste better than a rare sirloin. You're just eating like gummy flesh when it's rare. The rare deliciousness comes from the fat, and that's how I've always been. Medium is still okay for a sirloin, but I like to hit it a little heavier. But when it comes to like New York strip, that's medium. When it comes to tenderloin, medium is the best way to go, especially as the fat one. Medium in the middle, charred on the outside, on the edges, you get that good flavor there. And then anything super fatty or marbled, it's like medium rare or less. That's the way to do it. Not every steak is the same. I think and I don't know why, I just don't like the texture of just the non-fatty meat. It's almost like sushi, like tartare. It kind of has that, like when you eat tuna, it's just like gummy meat. Now fish is light, but like steak is heavy. Somebody says speaking truth, you get it? I cook it, yeah, the less fatty it is, I cook it at a little higher temp. Never fully well done because that just ruins the meat, but medium to medium well on the non-fatty ones get that pretty good flavor and texture that you get. See, some people like it medium rare because some of you guys are freaking Neanderthals and just ripping into it. That's totally fine. I'm just such a, I don't know, I'm such a uptight bougie Michelin wannabe food snob that thinks I'm better than everyone else, so that I have like this particular taste when it comes to food. I plow my chemical engineering and knowledge when it comes to meat. Hopefully not, that meat would come out poisoned. All my chemical engineering knowledge had everything to do with highly neurotoxic chemicals. Like, let's apply the knowledge I have to nickel oxide catalyst to cooking a steak. Oh yeah, don't breathe that dust in. You'll start seeing things that aren't there for the next, 50 years of your life. Start seeing phantom random colors as your brain slowly melts itself. You want ketchup with your well done filet? Let me get some ketchup for my steak. What was that from? That movie? What was it? Not Waiting. Slam and Salmon. Y'all remember the Broken Lizard movie, Slam and Salmon? They made it during the financial crisis, so it didn't get a lot of press. I think they made it in like 2009. But it arguably for me is one of their funniest movies. You know, the guys who make Super Troopers. Slam and Salmon was hilarious. If you never saw it, you gotta watch it. Michael Clark Duncan played like Mike Tyson kind of boxer, the champ, who owned the restaurant they all worked at. It's your typical waiter comedy, but it was so funny because he carried the comedy in that show. Anyways, there was one scene where they served a guy and he's like, redneck dude, he's like, "Well, my steak, cook it well done. Get some can I get some ketchup for my steak?" Yeah, I remember that scene was pretty good. How do you like your milk steak? I like my milk boiled over hard with the side of your finest jelly beans. That's the only way to have milk steak. The Knife's Edge chasing Michelin. If you like food, it's awesome. All right, I do. I like food related stuff, so. We got some food feeling. What's so bad about a sickly scarlet tomato coulis, slow simmered and reduced to a glossy condiment, brightened with a touch of vinegar, gently sweetened and finished with warm spice notes? That is the most elaborate description of ketchup I've ever heard in my life. That's amazing. I'm sure, like, what's his face, Heinz, when he's in his kitchen, like whipping up the ketchup recipe, he was thinking of a tomato coulis. Yeah. Have y'all watched the History Channel, The Men Who Built America? That's one of my favorite History Channel shows, and it goes through like the history of all. Was it the men? Yeah, like it was history through everything, and I think it was like the food that built America, whatever, and it went through like Heinz and Hershey and Kellogg's and all these guys, and then The Men Who Built America was like Vanderbilt and Rockefeller and like everything. She said they're out of canned soup. Yeah, because you go in there the last minute. I told her. They're going to have nothing there. Even the canned soup is going to be gone. She's fighting the grocery store madness, like pre-freeze weather. Anyways, one of those episodes about how Heinz made ketchup. It was actually pretty interesting. How all like the original barons of industry, the cereal wars between Kellogg and Post, the cola wars. When Asa Candler jacked Coca-Cola from the Pemberton family for $500 at his funeral. Oh, it's interesting. That's how he did it. He went up to the mourning family. He's like, "Hey, I know your husband just died. He's dead. This is his funeral. Let me buy you out for $500. Sir, this is highly inappropriate. This is his funeral." Yeah? Yeah, take it or leave it. And they're like, "All right, we'll take it." Oh my gosh. All right, hold on. Let me FaceTime this chick. "Sir, this is a Wendy." All right, we gotta track down some food in this national food shortage of Houston. Hey. I told her that, hey guys, I told her that we got to get rid of her because you know, give me food and steaks, and she'll just shut the front door. I'm FaceTiming right now.
Actually, I'm gonna grab.
You can never have too much ketchup for steak night. Like, you know, these people might want ketchup on their. I'm just kidding. I want beans. We're good.
Oh wait, chicken.
No, just get like some like chicken noodle. Do they have Progresso? I don't want Campbell's. They have like something that's like slightly better.
I got shit.
Progresso is on the right side, like the end. Go to the end, I think is where it is. It's blue cans. What do they got? Oh, load up on that. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Get like, I don't know, like 6 of those maybe. No. I love Chef Boyardee. Come on now. Wait, hold on. Does it have meatballs in it? Oh, get a bunch of those too. Yeah. I love those. Get the chili. Raviolis. Okay, yeah. Get some more of those chilies. That's actually kind of good. Grocery shopping, guys. Important stuff. Gotta load up on the Chef. You know, the Chef Boyardee, you know, you gotta have like the ABCs and the Ninja Turtles with meatballs. That's the only way to go. Those are the best ones. You guys remember your Chef Boyardees? We're loading up on canned goods just in case we starve, you know. Some Panera soups are good though. Like, yeah, wolf chili, that's always good, especially for like hamburgers or whatever, yeah. The note. And some tortilla chips, like some bags of tortilla chips might be nice too. Get some of those those ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, those ones right there with meatballs. Chef Boyardee. Right there, right there. Let's go. What do they got? No. Look. That's Chef Boyardee right there, but not the cups. No, get the cans though. That has more. The cup is for kids. I'm an adult. I want the adult size version. What do they got? Hold on, wait. No, that's cover. Like right there. Look at that. There it is. Look at this. To the right. There you go. Let's go. That is a week's worth of salt in one meal. That should be good. The only reason I said Chef Boyardee because she's a little like what's the word, ADHD. Like she'll forget something you tell her a second after you tell her. I'm like, can we get some soup? She's like, okay, what do you want? Progresso. She's like, is this it? HEB? And I was like, no, Progresso. Oh, okay. And so she's like, well, I thought this is what you wanted. And then she showed me like some cans of Chef Boyardee ravioli. And I was like, we'll add some Chef Boyardee to the cart there. I don't think I've had Chef Boyardee ABCs and 1, 2, 3s with meatballs in I don't know how many decades, but that sounds pretty tasty. You know, this is for survival food. In case the power goes out for 2 weeks or we're living in a hotel for 2 weeks, we got stuff to sit there if the freeze just knocks out the power grid. That's what we're prepping for. My long or short bias for overnight. I'm really not long biased right now for the overnight. A lot of the stocks are still mixed bag like they were, that they were in December and November. It still feels the same. Okay, mac and cheese. Mashed potato. We're doing like the lazy. Oh, we dropped on a half cap already. The lazy man's way to go. Nice little downside plop there. Yes? All right, some downside again. Can you send the half gap play back up? Not with resilience being negative. Nah. I'm probably gonna chill on this and call it early. I'm done. I gotta jump into a meeting right at market close. So let me see if they rescheduled this. I asked them to. Let me see if they can. Okay, cool. They can. Yeah, I gotta prepare for this. I have a new partnership deal I'm working up. The charting company. To get our information. Rock Scooter. Can I explain resilience? It's a half gap flux indicator that looks for which way the stocks are tilting inside of what's called the redistribution zone, which is the space between opening and closing of every stock. It's all the stocks in one bite. If this white indicator is above 0, then this likes to support at the half gap. If this white indicator is less than 0, it likes to fall through it to the other side. That's right. We're gonna do one more final giveaway for people that stuck to the end. MFF, you like MFF? Oh, yeah, I want MFF instead of Lucid? No, we ran out of MFF accounts. I got to go get some more. I'm gonna go ask him for like 20 more to finish out the month. I gave away too many of them. I gave away the whole stack. We got a ton of like Phidias and Lucids. A lot. Our new partner's been hooking us up with a lot of good stuff. Dude, the comedy of how many people slacks bans for like trying to scam the giveaways. We could have like a whole public. We need like a wall of shame. Should we make a wall of shame in Discord for all the people that we catch trying to scam the giveaways? Oh, that'd be amazing. All right, that'd be just funny. Okay, let me tell Andrew about it. Or is that just too dramatic and immature? Is that like not as professional as we should maintain our professionalism? Like, is it so unprofessional to call out scammers? Okay. Let's roll the dice real quick, you guys. And one more thing and I gotta get out of here. I gotta prep for this meeting. It's a charting company similar to TradingView. It's a competitor to TradingView. They're entering the States with a really good product, and we're gonna maybe help them get it launched here. And we're also going to get Rock Scooter stuff inside of it. Sounds kind of cool. IE Trader. All right, Lucid, 50K Lucid Flex eval accounts. Oh, cool, 50Ks. All right, that sounds good. Yeah, there's literally so much comedy surrounding this this giveaway. We'll do 3 of these for those of you that stuck around till the end of the day. I love y'all, my fans, my friends, my family. Biggest, best community ever. Growing like wildfire. It was very nice to have ourselves 101,289 subscribers, past 100K. I just got the shipping notification from YouTube about my silver play button that's gonna go maybe like right here. I think that's the best place to put it so y'all can watch it. You can stare at it. I think I'm gonna do it like right. I don't know how big it is. It's probably that size. Rage, IE Trader, one more. It's been a great journey. As I've learned as I've gotten bigger, all it does is draw out the small jealous types. Everybody's trying to get big, and when someone else gets big, everyone else that's small gets mad because you did what they couldn't do. I had somebody say, well, that's what you, anybody get 100K if you buy subscribers. You can't get a YouTube silver play button if you bought subscribers. YouTube will check every subscriber authenticity. I know people that are gurus with 2 million subscribers on their channel that don't have a silver play button. They will look and make sure you're not buying subscribers. You're not going to fool Google. No way, Google, they vet your channel hardcore before they offer you that prize. So the fact that I get that award from Google is proof that every one of you 100,001 followers are a real human being. Isn't that crazy? All right, 3 of you guys, congratulations to the winners, IE Trader, Rage, and Velvet. It's like people say whatever they want, they get jealous. I understand how it goes. If I was small and I watched somebody get really big next to me, I'd be like, hey, oh, this guy's stupid, I'm better. Every month we're bigger than the last month. It's crazy. All right, winners, congratulations. Go to my Discord. Enter your subscriber goal. By the end of this year, 250. At the pace we're going, I'll hit 250 by the end of this year. 1 million would be 3 years from here. All right, winners. Go to my Discord. Granted, we still keep growing, right? Nothing else happens and we don't stop or whatever. Who knows if the new experiment with the extra streamers boosts it even faster. You never know. Lucid folks, go back to Slacks about the giveaways. We did now. So we now have the pathway to hook you guys up. Just took some logistical for the first going with that. Winners, go to Discord, link in description below. Go to my Discord channel called Contest in that Discord. In that Discord, the contest channel, message to admin named Slacks with a screenshot of your YouTube ID. Also, let him know that, actually, I think Lucid's different. I don't think you, unless you have purchased an account. Just talk to Slacks, he'll walk you through it. I need to get trained on how the Lucid thing works too. He knows I don't. But anyways, head on over there, talk to Slacks, he'll hook you up. But take the screenshot of YouTube ID and send it to him. And thank you for tuning in every single day. Get those subs to 1,000. We give away 3 Tradeify straight to funded accounts.